Yo, it's Funky DL. I came to tell you what happens on a day by day. When I switch on the TV, I see negativity. It seems like bad news moves with longevity. We watch crime rates escalate, a debate on classmates who became just dates. Young girls thinking they ladies and acting crazy. Just turned 15, now you having a baby. The daddy ain't around, yo, he made a quick exit and said you no money while he's humping the next chick. We got young bloods out playing the dope game, shooting up heroin, taking crack and cocaine, stealing cash from their friends and family, thinking they top dog but they timid and cowardly. We got kids going clubs to look for fights. One wrong move, they kablow, they out your lights. Tell me where these young kids get guns from. I also want to know where they getting their funds from. It doesn't look like the world cares too much. The world fears too much. The world says too much. Acting like it's gonna fade away, but we letting it stay. Watching it day by day. Day by day, kids die. Every single day, moms cry. There ain't a single day that goes by when I don't rhyme. I show my people now's the time to expand your mind. Day by day, kids fail. I end up being dead or in jail. It's a long going down. Day by day, I say, build for your future, but you gotta live day by day. Yo, I had a friend who I used to check in his crib. Yo, he flexed on a couple of decks, and I still got tapes of when me and him used to rhyme. Only thing is he died back in '99. It kinda hits you when your peoples pass away, and sometimes death is only a glance away. I find that some people need to be woken up before it's too late and their life gets broken up. We're the fathers, we're the mothers, we're the sisters, we're the brothers, sometimes acting like they don't love us. Crews fighting each other from the same borough. 20 cats chasing one man, so take cover. Boys telling their girlfriends there's no other. They slap them in the face, then you tell her that you love her. You discover that she pregnant with the next man's child, and you acting wild to go find the next man who laid down with your crew. You didn't have to look far, he from your crew. Check it, acting stupid, now you have to pay. See stories like this happen day by day. Day by day, kids die. Every single day, moms cry. There ain't a single day that goes by when I don't rhyme. I show my people now's the time to expand your mind. Day by day, kids fail. I end up being dead or in jail. It's a long going down. Day by day, I say, build for your future, but you gotta live day by day. Check it. It's such a shame when I see things like this. Yo, it makes me wonder what's gonna happen to my kids when they grow up, if they even get to make it. Satan's out there trying to take them in a snake pit. In 20 years time, will it be safe to step out your crib, go get your mail from your gates? If you make it back inside alive, you're lucky, dude. Life ain't child's play, you think this is Chucky, dude? So take heed to the words that I say to you, cause I got one more thing to relate to you. Time goes by real quick, so do something and stop fronting. Don't make your life mean nothing, cause the clock won't stop for you or your squad. Work hard or hold down your damn job. Hope you're taking in the words that I say. I'm saying it from living it day by day. Day by day, kids die. Every single day, moms cry. There ain't a single day that goes by when I don't rhyme. I show my people now's the time to expand your mind. Day by day, kids fail. I end up being dead or in jail. It's a long going down. Day by day, I say, build for your future, but you gotta live day by day. Yeah, you gotta live day by day. Build for your future, what? Funky DL, peep my flow, representing with Hideout Pro. And we out, let's go. Day by day.
Recognize your right to push back. Suffocated by the pressure to perform and the pressure to produce and the pressure to conform to the norm. Animated by the pressure to succeed and the pressure to succumb and the pressure to believe in the cause. Predicated on the pressure to accept and the pressure to explain and the pressure to perfect what is inherently flawless in all this. Recognize your right to push back. I already told you, I am not deterred by fear. See, accountability to me is a whole nother theory. So my obedience is not to ever be mistaken for faith in the creation, but in fact I am conscious of my reliance on the inability of science to justify sound on the grounds of profound silence. Why then is the molecular configuration labeled secular when it's relegated to a genre? That which is from the mortal Lord is not built to last, irrespective of the measure of skill craft. So what y'all bless, that no one curse. I coerce the clergy, showing no mercy to the pontiff. Yes, and them USans understandably upset by the clamor. I climb and tie the banner to the minaret. Don't forget the pact and recognize your right to push back. Push back. Overwhelmed by the pressure to defer and the pressure to concede and the pressure to concur with the word. Illustrated by the pressure to comply and the pressure to appease and the pressure to apply more pressure to your peers till the pressure puts them under pressure to defend while they choose not to amend what is inherently gorgeous. In all this, recognize your right to push back. Push back. Lest ye judge and deem the position extremely biased. Identify me as self-righteous and pious. I assail even a stale efforts of the Baha'is. Endeavors have failed to make available hip-hop to the youth at large, when in truth it's hard to refute God. Music is conducive to producing art. Between you and me, I'm through a string of beads and singing the flowers and waves and leaves. It's not that I'm a separatist. My suggestion is we address the risk of giving the impression we miss the point to progress with the kids. Not in spite of them, by request, invited them to bless this spot. So when it must be justice, we clutch this, clinging to the cord. They cannot afford to ignore the value, and when they doubt you, recognize your right to push back. Push back. Aggravated by the pressure to mature and the pressure to endow and the pressure to endure criticism. Generated by the pressure to be numb to the pressure of the thumb of the one holding you down, not allowing you to run from the pressure to be fine with the pressure to align with the pressure to abide by the rules of the lawless. In all this, recognize your right to push back.
Patriots, and welcome back to another episode of The Discourse. I am your host, the lovely Brandon Sutton, and today is August 24th. It is a Monday. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling? Good morning, Patriots. That's right. Good morning, race fans. Did you see this Freedom 250 NASCAR race that they did? I know nothing about it, and we're not going to talk about it in any great detail. It was just constantly popping up in my For You page, and I was like, oh, okay. At first, I had no idea what it was in reference to, and I was like, oh, what? Yeah, it happened. There was like a winner and everything. I don't know much about racing. I mean, like, they've been having a lot of just events. It seems like they should have peaked at the actual July 4th, but a lot of people will say the Declaration of Independence wasn't entirely signed by July 4th, but that's fair, whatever. I guess you also used to watch the show Smart Guy with Taj Mowry. But, I mean, for me, it kind of peaked at July 4th. The fact that there are still events going on just seems desperate. No one's even paying attention, really. I know they had that, like, Hunger Games type thing. It was more of like a teen Olympics or something. I know Trump was at that, but yeah, I stopped paying attention to that a while ago. Indy cars and the track was garbage. It wasn't no F1 race, I'll tell you that. They should have just kept having fights. No one's been covering it? Yeah, of course not. It's boring. No one's going to cover a NASCAR race. NASCAR is like the one sport that even Emma doesn't like, right? Sport, right? Well, I guess Emma would say it's not a sport because it's just driving a car. I don't know. I don't care to even like quibble over it, but I think that would be her position. What up, J-Mans? Emma's sports takes are not great. I don't know what a sport take is. Emma is like so informed about sports, and I don't know anything about sports. It would be like, no offense, Andrew Wilson debating Candace Owens about Charlie Kirk's murder or whatever. And it would be even worse. Like, Emma knows more about sports than any particular person I've ever basically met. And so even if she comes to the wrong conclusions about, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I don't know. Okay, if you say so. I would definitely like advise you not to argue with her about them. She knows a lot about them, at least to me, the casual observer. Did I see Camp Miasma? I don't know what I was thinking last night, but I turned into I got distracted by my own thoughts there for a second. I was going to see it last night, but then I kind of just went for a walk. Oh my gosh. So I went for a walk just to get, clear my head. I was feeling very overwhelmed because I got some of the stuff off my to-do list. Well, I got it started. It's not done yet because it's like multi-step, which I kind of hate, but I'm actually like making my way through it. And so I was feeling good. I went for like a walk to decide what I want to do for dinner. And then I thought to myself, do I really want to see a movie tonight? Do I really want to see like another movie tonight? And I kind of came to the conclusion that I didn't. I think I might literally see it either tonight or tomorrow night and just take it from there. Like, I don't know. But I did not see it. I'm still very excited for it. I just wasn't in the right headspace for a movie. I tried to sit down last night at home and watch Evil Dead Burn, and I just bounced right off of it. Instead, I watched a bunch of like videos about Naruto Shippuden. Like, there's like a channel I've been really getting into recently where this dude just goes really in on like how Shippuden could have been better and like what parts were kind of good. And so I've just been really getting into that instead. Then I watched a bunch of gameplay videos from Mortal Shell 2. And yeah, I guess that was it. I tried to play some video games. I wasn't really in the mood for that either. The new Evil Dead isn't good. I don't know if it was good. I really bounced right off of it. Like, I bounced right off of it. I think for Evil Dead, I really do like to be in the theater or at least with a group of people so we can all just be, you know, grossed out together. Because at a certain point, I was just watching it and I was like, I don't know. I don't want to see someone's head just pop off right now. And not even in some kind of like, it's gross or it's weird, but just watching it by yourself just made me feel kind of like a pervert. You know what I mean? Where I was like, this is kind of boring. It's just a bunch of people's heads popping off. Like the point of watching something like that, like that's over the top gross, is to like laugh at it with a bunch of people. And so just watching it by myself kind of felt like, I don't know, it's just stupid. I was like, that's stupid. And so I turned it off. How did it make you feel? I really wasn't even paying attention. Is the thing. Like, I'm sure it's pretty good. I just bounced right off it. When I mean like I just wasn't in the right frame of mind. So I can't really judge it because I personally bounced off of it. The demo for Mortar Show 2 is out on Steam. It's pretty cool. I think I'm sold on the game. I think that I'm sold on the game. I watched a bunch of gameplay videos about it, some reviews on it. I've liked what I've heard so far. I think I just want to wait for a patch, if they do a patch, to deal with some of the little issues that I know that I heard in some reviews that would actually get on my nerves. Like, I've heard that there are just some elements of the game in terms of like the checkpoint spacing and the ability to recycle your progression points that are a little bit harsh right now. And I'm fine with that kind of thing generally, but if people who review the game and who like those kinds of games, like Souls like games like I like, are like, I think that these things could be like worked, massaged a little bit, then that to me feels like the kind of change that they make pretty quickly nowadays, which I know normally I'm very critical of games coming out in a beta version. But there are just some elements that, like, no matter how much you play test something, until it goes to the market, you're not going to really like get the market's opinion, not to sound like PBD. And so in my experience with stuff like that now, it's the kind of thing that if you wait like 2-3 weeks for a game that you hear something like that on, they'll have it changed by then. And I know personally it will enhance my enjoyment. And I kind of get annoyed when I'm playing a game and something like that happens. Like, I played Elden Ring before all of the big nerfs because I got it day one to play it. And so I enjoy having done that. But now that the DLC has already been like nerfed and stuff like that, I just don't feel, so much impetus to get it. And also, like, God, Elden Ring is like a fucking job that I would much rather not get involved in right now. I'm disappointed in what I've seen from the Dusk Bloods, though. Like, I'm not really into multiplayer gaming, even though I accidentally played a round of Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2 online because I thought it was just like, simulated multiplayer, but it was actually pretty fun. I don't really like multiplayer games like that, and so I probably won't get Dusk Bloods. I guess I'm kind of glad about that because if it had looked too good, I would have bought a Switch 2 for it. I have no qualms about it. If Duskbloods had looked like something I'd be into, I would have maybe troubled myself about it for a little bit, but I probably would have bought the Switch 2 just for it. Since it's not, I won't bother. Deadlock, I think that's on PlayStation Plus for sure. I need to finish playing Ninja Gaiden 4. I was getting stuck into Ninja Gaiden 4, but it is very fun. I love Ninja Gaiden 4. It's the kind of game that only Platinum can do, and I appreciate that they don't grade you as you're fighting. They grade you. Well, I mean, I guess they do because they do have like a score counter, but I'm fine with scores. That's all relative. It's all just numbers. But I'm glad they grade you after now because that's like something I don't like about Bayonetta or Devil May Cry, that they grade you while you're fighting. But I love Ninja Gaiden 4. It's so fun. It's fun to play. It reminds me of the great Platinum games like Vanquish, which is just like moment to moment, very fun to play and very stylistic. And like there are just so many ways to like feel good. I'm not very far in it. In fact, I only got the second weapon a few days ago and beat that Kitsune. That shit was fun as hell though. Because I also like what I should say I like about Ninja Gaiden 4, at least for me, is it's the kind of game where like the first time something like beats the shit out of you, you're like, I can't ever imagine getting good enough to beat this thing. And then after trying it a few times, you're like, actually, this thing sucks ass. This is mine now. This world belongs to me. And I think the game responds to that very well, especially with the obliterations. That's why I laugh when I say it too, because I think that's also the thing it's called when you do like the super stylish kill in Ninja Gaiden 4. It's called like an obliteration. And yeah, you be obliterating the shit out of people. And then there's like the second level of it called like a bloodbath obliteration. And it's like, yeah, that's sick too. It's all sick as hell. The best thing for a game to be is to be like just sick. Like you play, you're like, this is sick as hell. Like, yeah, I feel awesome playing this. I feel like empowered. It's supposed to be a power fantasy. You ever slice a ninja in half from crown to groin, just like in one slash, like just right in twain? I have. Sick as hell. It's actually throat obliteration, coilote, coyote. Gosh, I should start doing my theater exercises again. My red leather, yellow leather. I know my blue black bugs from my blue black bugs, or no, that's the same thing twice. Doesn't matter. Coil? No, I'm saying coil and not Cole. R.I.P. Cole from Charmed. Julian. I would say Julian Moore, but that's just Julianne Moore's name, but masculinized. God of War games. I didn't enjoy Ragnarok. I think they didn't do a good job with the combat. Julian McMahon, yeah. I also really enjoyed, I almost said hack slash, but what I meant it was nip tuck. My brain works in a lot of different ways. Jillian Jacobs? No, that's Jillian Michaels mixed with, I don't know, John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Yeah, you should give me all the really heavy ass theater exercises. Really challenge accepted. I don't mind at all. We're gonna work through it together. Jillian Gyllenhaal. Maybe I should watch Bride! Exclamation point. Although it does make me think of Jeb! Exclamation point. Nip and tuck. I don't think I made it past the first season, but I remember really liking it. Purple burglar alarm. Bride was campy and fun. I respect her for making it. Bride looks good. I did not get that feeling when I watched the trailer, but it again made me respect her for making it. It was very like, in my opinion, mid aughts. I was like, damn, this looks like it's straight out of the mid ops. Like, I just think if I said mid ops instead of mid aughts, but I just know that if that movie came out in 2007, that would have been the Halloween costume of the year. Like, you know how the Joker was the Halloween costume of the year? Like, and I mean, Heath Ledger Joker was the Halloween costume of the year, trademark for multiple years in a row. That would have been the costume. But, you know, it came out in 2025. Yeah, 2025. So that is just a lesson in context. But I respect her for making it. I thought the trailer looked like Bride would be part of the discourse, but it totally missed. Yeah, it's not what people are into right now. I could have told you it wouldn't be. Like, I mean, if you think about it, even Poor Things did not really become part of the discourse. And at best, Bride is like 2007 Poor Things. And I don't even have to see the movie to know that that's not accurate enough for some of you. But that's what I mean in terms of like the kind of big bucket of movies that it would need to be. And like, I think Poor Things was way more of its time than I think Bride was. And people still didn't. And I loved Poor Things. Uh, I saw Poor Things at the theater in Selfridges, and I had one of my favorite cocktails while drinking it for the first time, I think, actually, because the bartender recommended it because he wanted to show off, and it was like what? Uh, Aviation. I was called an aviator, but I think that's the movie. You can't really get them, at least not where I go. Oh my gosh, but what are we going to do today, Brandon? Great question. Actually, a lot of stuff if I can make enough time for it. Of its time. Yeah, Poor Things came out in 2023. I think it's a lot more modern, you know what I mean, in terms of like its appeal. It appeals to a lot of things that are going on, you know, and it's aesthetically more of like today's zeitgeist. Where for me, Bride looks like something that came from 2007. Great question, Brandon. Get pictures of Spider Man. I already posted pictures of Spider Man. My sister didn't know what Poor Things was about and took our dad to see it. That's great. That's the best way to watch a movie, to not know what it's about. Sorry, I think my shower is leaking. Well, you know what? Speaking of my shower leaking, why don't we just jump right into the news with an update on what's going on in Indiana vis a vis the continued power outage and flooding, or I guess as the result of flooding and other extreme weather. So, last we checked in, people were still without power. Largely, it was impacting the lower socioeconomic status residents, the black residents, you know the drill. And they were looking to have power restored to the majority of people who were missing it by, I guess, tomorrow. So obviously they are not happy with that. They filed a lawsuit. The residents filed a lawsuit aimed at NIPSCO, the company responsible for the utilities in this particular area, alleging that they didn't properly maintain their lines and the clearance surrounding their lines, which resulted in a lot more damage being done and therefore power being out. Now, a few politicians have spoken out about this, but I thought since we finished the last episode talking about and this is a really dark topic, but talking about the World Central Kitchen assassinations by the IDF and the lack of action by, well, really any government on it, but certainly by the Israeli government on it, that we could see what the WCK is up to in Indiana, because they're actually on the ground in Indiana providing food to those in need to those in need as a result of the storm. Sorry, I do need to get some water. I know. Hydrate, Brandon. I'm gonna grab some water right after this. I know the browser is not showing. It's also muted, but that's okay. Oh, I meant to tell you. I forgot because I got distracted by something that I read in the chat. When I was on my walk, I saw more of those hummingbird hawk moths that look like hummingbirds, right? It was crazy because I was just standing by this big kind of display of flowers, and like, I want to say three or four came out of just nowhere and started just going about their little business, working on those flowers. It was great. I really appreciated it. I think we sent Israel a strongly worded letter about it. I don't think we did. Northern Indiana Public Service Company. What does the O? Oh, Co. I was like, what does the O stand for? But now I realize that it's just company abbreviated. In spring, we have Silverberry clearings that look similar. Huh. We are getting birds. No, we are getting insects that mimic birds. I took a video of it. There's no way for me to really show you the video besides to like boomer point my phone at the webcam to be like, hey, look at this. Remember when Adam tried to do that in the debate with Dave Smith? That was another crazy moment when he tried to look something up on his phone and he kind of like showed it at the screen. I think it was like cracked too. I was like, oh man. All right, let's get it. So this is from ABC7 Chicago, the local Chicago ABC affiliate. We've been watching a lot of their local news about this because I guess they're the closest really major affiliate to this particular area, and they've been covering it pretty closely. But yeah, so the World Central Kitchen is providing hot meals there. We're also, I guess, going to see how the Trump administration has responded because I guess they've tried to, so maybe that's good. Well, you can't screen share from your phone. I guess I could. Did you see how their proboscis furls and unfurls? It curls up like a fern. Yes, I did. You could see the whole thing. They're pretty big. Like they're pretty big moths. So it's not as though they're like tiny things. Like they're about like they're good size. Moth hour. We should have had some moth cocktails. You guys ever have those like moth cocktails?
This area right here at 47th Avenue and Roosevelt Place has a Gary address, but in reality, it is unincorporated Calumet Township. One of the people at the all-volunteer fire department here told me earlier it is like an island unto itself. An island which right now is caring for their own as best they can with some help from some high-profile backers. It was just before 2 o'clock this afternoon when a truckload full of food and water rolled up to the all-volunteer Lake Ridge Fire Department, where for the past several days, folks have been slowly ramping up their efforts to support the community.
Our community here has no water, no toilets, no sewers. They can't brush their teeth. They have no power. So we're just getting whatever resources we can get to help them.
What started with water giveaways has grown to a full-fledged effort that now includes mobile showers, but it is the food that is most needed.
I go to food bank, get food. I had to throw all my food in the garbage, so I'm trying to survive now.
I make maybe $15 an hour. I'm barely surviving. And with everything that's going on, it's not even making it even better.
Among those providing aid and comfort are Lily and World Central Kitchen. Founded by celebrity chef Jose Andres, the nonprofit is most often seen in disaster areas across the world, providing hot meals to those hardest hit. Today, the organization handed out about 4,000 meals, not just in Lake Ridge, but across Gary, just miles from the high-end restaurants Andres owns and operates in Chicago. Local volunteer and chef Jose Velasquez has been hard at work mobilizing other local chefs to join in the effort.
So there was 11 different sites that we went to yesterday just to see like, okay, well, there were some different centers set up that we wanted to see where was the great need from. And this is one of them here today.
Now, according to NIPSCO's latest update, they still have some 16,000 customers across Northwest Indiana without power. Their latest estimate to have everyone back up and running is Tuesday.
Okay. I mean, it is a disaster area, and it's just always important to remember that America will get away with whatever it can get away with when it comes to lack of response to, well, I was going to say lack of response to emergency, but really in terms of like also committing atrocities. It is just a matter of what it feels like it can get away with. And so, you know, you can only wonder how far this community will be left behind by the federal government under Trump, right? Obviously, they would have been left behind or insufficiently recovered even under the Democrats because they would have been always counting every penny and trying to make sure that everything was means tested exactly right, therefore causing these issues. But, you know, I have a suspicion that this will just be another one of those communities that's left behind in some way or another. At least a few people within the community will be left behind when it comes to recovery one way or another. And we'll be having to hear about like, well, just don't focus on that because it doesn't matter. The next election is for like the soul of the country, not understanding that like all over America, there are just these little communities that have been left behind after mass shootings, left behind after natural disasters, left behind, you know, after I can only imagine what other kinds of crazy catastrophes I'm forgetting, but you know what I mean. We just have a lot of, I guess really economic catastrophe as the result of factories up and leaving. We just have a lot of, you know, disasters that have been inadequately recovered from within our country. Just like Katrina, no more FEMA. I have some more about how the power is being handled. Let's turn to the governor, the Indiana governor, Mike Braun, who's calling out the NIPSCO.
Should be put on NIPSCO.
I believe 100% should be put on NIPSCO.
Northwest Indiana residents and Indiana Governor Mike Braun calling out NIPSCO amid the ongoing power outage issue. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jackie Bang. Jeremy Ross is in Lake Station, Indiana with the latest.
We are in a makeshift shelter here in Lake Station. It runs 24/7 and was opened up just after the August 11th storms. Mayor here believing about 1,000 homes in the area remain without power. Indiana's governor lashing out on social media earlier today, talking about power failure in places like this, elsewhere, and much more.
Unfortunately, yes, I do see failure. I believe a week ago, that tweet should have been sent out from the governor.
Sunday's post from Indiana Governor Mike Braun reads in part, quote, power provider NIPSCO has ample resources to get the job done in Northwest Indiana, but they continue to fail Hoosiers.
I like this part, though.
NIPSCO is a monopoly with a responsibility to ratepayers. There is no excuse for these delays. The governor adding he wants power restored now.
It's a monopoly with a responsibility. But you know what? Monopolies can't have responsibilities, or at least can't be expected to adequately abide by those responsibilities. Do you know why? Because they have no incentive to. This is Indiana.
Lake Station's using their firehouse as a shelter for people who haven't had power since August 11th. They've taken food donations from nearby communities to help those in need. Mayor Bill Carroll posted his criticism of NIPSCO days ago, saying the community didn't appear on any meaningful outage lists. He echoed the governor's call for action. NIPSCO saying we recognize how frustrating and difficult it is to be without power. Community estimates reflect when restoration work in a broader area is expected to be substantially complete, but individual homes or businesses may take longer.
My community is frustrated. I'm frustrated. I just am making sure that people know that Lake Station is a city, deserves recognition, just like any other community.
How much of the blame should be put on NIPSCO?
100%. I mean, I'm going to be straight honest with you. I believe 100% should be put on NIPSCO. They're the ones who are responsible for the lines. They're the ones responsible for any kind of vegetation over these lines. And they've not done their part to maintain that.
Mayor telling us that he was told by NIPSCO representatives that the majority of power to homes that currently don't have electricity should be restored around midnight. He is skeptical of that. He also adds that this shouldn't involve lots of political criticism. It should just involve restoration. In Lake Station, Jeremy Ross, WGN News.
And at last check, roughly 16,000 customers are still without power.
Jesus. And this is like 2 weeks. Yeah, hundreds of crews worked to restore power in Gary, Indiana, nearly 2 weeks later. No political criticism here, please. Of course not. Someone said, how is the Trump administration responsible for this? I mean, well, you mean broadly speaking? I haven't heard much about their recovery yet, but we can turn over to it, or we can turn, you know what? This is the mayor of Gary, Indiana. So we can listen to this first, and then we can turn over to Fox News to hear how Trump is helping these people with their catastrophe. Frustrated. People say frustrated all the time. It's, for me, basically an accepted word now. I used to think that people were, just mispronouncing frustrated, but I mean, they might have been, and combining it with flustered. But at this point, it's just a thing people say. I could never say it frustrated because I already have enough problem pronouncing words that I think it would just make it harder for me to, keep on track. But yeah, people just say it all the time now. You hear it everywhere. So you got to just give up on this thing. That's language, baby. It's always evolving, always changing. I would be surprised if it's not in the dictionary already. Maybe utility providers shouldn't be private businesses. Look, no political talk in the aftermath of a tragedy. A special message from the mayor. Storm recovery update, August 23rd. This is from yesterday. Gary, 12 days without power is unacceptable. I share your frustration. He says frustration. And I am pressing NIPSCO to work faster. Together we recover. Together we are Gary.
Good afternoon, Gary.
Together we are Gary. I'm sorry. When I said that, I immediately just pictured Gary, the snail from SpongeBob. And I was like, oh, Gary. You know, Gary.
Gary, this is your Mayor, Eddie Melton, with your latest storm recovery update. And I want to begin by thanking everyone for your continued patience and resilience as we navigate the recovery from this recent storm that took place on August 11th. Look, we're at day 12, and 12 days is too long for families to be without power. 12 days is too long for parents to worry about their children and for businesses to lose revenue and for families to wonder when the relief is finally going to come. Today, I want the people of Gary to know this. I want you to know that I share that frustration. I've stayed in strict communications with NIPSCO.
People are saying his shirt is distracting. It is like an optical illusion. I don't think he considered that. But I want to validate you that it does look weird and it is very distracting for sure.
Share that frustration. I've stayed in strict communications with NIPSCO, and I have made it very clear that the current pace of restoration is unacceptable. It's unacceptable for the thousands of Gary residents who remain in the dark. While NIPSCO has set a target date of August 25th for full restoration, power is still being restored as we speak right now.
This is Mayor Eddie Melton, the mayor of Gary, Indiana.
Now, and I am still pressing them to fully restore Gary's power before the August 25th date, which is this Tuesday. As you know, every day I've urged NIPSCO to add more field crews to Gary's restoration process. Currently, Gary has 700 linemen and 300 vegetation crews to help expedite our efforts, bringing the full workforce over to 1,000 boots on the ground. I want to send a special thanks to Governor Braun for the additional manpower he has sent at my request to help clear tree debris for the power restoration process. My team is in constant communication with the county, the state, as well as NIPSCO to continue to ensure that things remain on track. As of this morning, Gary had 14,566 outages. As of 1 p.m. today, we're at 9,997. That's progress, but NIPSCO has so much more work to do. We've pushed them to do more and do it faster. I also want to encourage and thank ComEd from Illinois to sending their crews over. It's my expectation that every available resource in this region and throughout the nation come to this city to help restore power for Gary residents as quickly and as safely as possible. Now let me speak to the Gary people. I know many of you are exhausted. I know many of you are frustrated just like myself. Some of you have lost food, incurred unexpected expenses, struggled to keep medication refrigerated, and have your daily lives been turned upside down. I want you to know that your city has never stopped fighting for you, and we have never stopped working for you. We have a new tool to report power outages now. Text OUT to 444-111 to report power outages. You will receive text responses confirming your address and your contact information. But please remember, do not text and drive. Steps
sorry.
for after.
Yeah, don't text. I'm sorry. His shirt's also very hypnotizing. I feel like I'm in The Incredibles 2 with this. But I don't know. I don't know what the appropriate amount of anger from the government is for stuff like this. I'm cynical about stuff like this. So I just tend to think that it's always like, never enough, essentially. Until someone's in jail, it's like never enough to me, I suppose. And so I don't know, right? What do you guys think? Yeah, don't text and drive, though, for sure. I do text and bike sometimes, but don't text and drive. Don't be like Brandon. I don't actually text and bike. I shouldn't joke about stuff like that.
But please remember, do not text and drive. Steps for after the storm are in progress right now as we speak. I want to share a few updates regarding our federal grant management, our citywide debris removal, and local job opportunities for Gary residents. Through many executive orders that I
Okay. So it seems like that's it about the like actual NIPSCO incentives. We've urged them to work more. They got more boots on the ground. We're gonna do some kind of like jobs program to help people clear brush. I get that. I like that. I think more government should do that for people in a disaster because there are gonna be a lot of people who just are out of work. I think the snow removal in New York City was such a great success. They should do it with stuff like this. Please keep the texting to your recumbent bicycles. I can't stand people on recumbent bicycles. Like, I think that's the like SUV of, well, it's not really the SUV of bike lanes. It is just really annoying. Gosh, recumbent bicycles. I've never met anyone happy to be stuck behind someone in a recumbent bicycle. This reeks of classic small town corruption. This is from Osiris6 over on Twitch. This reeks of classic small town corruption, which is rampant across this country. Also notice how there is no discussion of accountability for the provider or how to prevent this in the future. I'm sure it would probably be some kind of fine, because giving utilities companies a monopoly in places like this is supposed to be just the most efficient way to do it. We know the most efficient way to do it would be to have government run utilities companies. But generally speaking, I think the argument is that like competitors, it's such an expensive business to get into that like there would be no feasible way to have competitors be like competing and not drive up costs. So it's supposed to be like the most effective way to do it. But I think if we can concede that there should be a monopoly in any industry, like a utilities, then it should be completely understood that the government should be in charge of it, right? Like if it's just a monopoly, then that kind of means it's so necessary that we can't afford to have competition in that industry, essentially. So it should just be a government utility. The government pays for all of it anyway, so it's really stupid that we don't. These monopolies are under control of the legislation. But yeah, they'll probably have some kind of fine or whatever. Let's see what Fox News is saying Trump is doing about this. I forgot to pull a specific clip, but I think that it's just the first few things up now. Because I want to hear from the essentially horse's mouth. Horses? I want to hear from the propagandist's mouth, really, what they think Trump is doing in this particular arena. Oh, did you guys see Jeffries meeting with Jared Kushner for some reason? We're not going to cover that because I think it's just going to get on my nerves. But yeah, for sure. Did you see that? Sorry, that's my washing machine. If you're hearing like rhythmic thumping, it's my washing machine. Where are you? I guess it wasn't as far up as I was expecting. They do have a video about video gamers becoming air traffic controllers. Do you want to watch this on Fox News? It looked kind of depressing. I don't want to upset you. All right, I'll just actually Google it. Fox News, Trump, Indiana. Let's get it. Thought it was neighbors upstairs. Okay, here we go. Trump praised for lightning fast response to Indiana storms. Okay. I like the way that sounds.
For more on IndyCar, we're going to bring in Indy Senator Todd Young. Thank you for being here.
Oh, goodness. I wouldn't miss it, Peter. What a great day. What a great event this is.
I've been asking some of our live guests this. I asked Mike Johnson, I should say, and then, as it turns out, Doug Burgum once went to race car school for his 40th birthday. But what is the fastest that you have personally ever driven a car?
Well, I'm glad you asked me. I'll answer a related question. So I took a backseat ride in an Indy car that was modified. Mario Andretti was the driver. We went roughly 180 miles per hour around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So for a kid that grew up 30 minutes away and has loved watching the greatest spectacle.
Shouldn't this guy be like in Indiana? I'm sorry. I guess I kind of feel, well, Who am I to say? Who am I to say where Republican Todd Young, Indiana senator, should be?
Racing, which is the Indianapolis 500, year on year. That was a bit of magic for me. But this is going to be a different kind of experience, Peter. A road circuit, and I think everyone's really excited about the unique nature of this, and what could be more fitting than having this event in conjunction with our 250th.
And people in your state know all about IndyCar because they've got the biggest race there every year. How is this one different from what you've seen?
Well, I mean, we've never, of course, had one of these events here in Washington, D.C., and congrats to President Trump for making this happen, to Roger Penske for implementing that vision that President Trump cast. But it's different, I think, because it's not in Indianapolis, because so many people from my own state have descended on the nation's capital and are really excited. And I have to say, as a Hoosier, we're complimented that IndyCar is getting this level of respect, recognition of its culture of innovation and competition, and we like to think it's just a whole lot of fun too.
And they're saying, I know a lot of people from Indiana here, they're saying 100,000 folks are expected along the track. I don't know where they park, and it doesn't seem like anybody can tell me where they park, but they're coming. Not the point. I do want to ask you about this week. They parked an IndyCar in the Rose Garden. Easier to do now that it's been paved over. For this announcement that the First Lady made.
Trashy. First of all, I want to acknowledge that this video is actually not about Trump's lightning fast response to the Indiana storms and flooding. It's actually about this Indiana car event. I wonder if they'll ever get to that. That's like crazy. But that might be the trashiest thing I've ever heard. That's so trashy. They paved over the Rose Garden to park a NASCAR there. That's crazy. Did they also pave over it to like do a moonshine setup and like a jug band came out of nowhere? So
it's in
funny.
Conjunction with two of the biggest schools in Indiana, I guess the two biggest, IU and Purdue. Tell us about this announcement, and how does IndyCar factor in?
Well, the First Lady's to be commended. Melania Trump has a Foster the Future initiative, and that's to give kids who go through foster care and age out more life opportunities. Those kids oftentimes are swimming upstream in terms of some of the life challenges they face.
Because of the flooding, too.
Melania Trump has persuaded Fox and IndyCar to each contribute $1 million to this initiative. There are 26 overall universities across the country that are also participating. Among them is Indiana University and Purdue University in my state. All that money goes to scholarships to help these foster kids out. So what's it have to do with IndyCar? Well, not only have they been generous, but I think this is a great opportunity to highlight this initiative on a day when there was so much cooperation required to pull an event like this together. There's a lot of cooperation required to make sure that we bring everyone along in this 21st century. And I know that's a key theme of President Trump's presidency of my congressional service as well.
And I want to ask you something else big for the Indiana delegation this month. There are still tens of thousands of people without power after some storms a week or two ago. You guys, you and the rest of the Indiana delegation have asked President Trump for federal disaster assistance.
And he has stepped up big time.
What do you need?
Well, so there are two storms, and they came in within a couple of days of one another. Up in the northwest near Chicago, we have power lines that have been severed because of the heavy winds. It was almost as though it was almost like a land-borne hurricane. And so we need power restoration. We need resources, boots on the ground to help with that. The president said, we're going to declare an emergency immediately. He made that happen. I had never seen a response so quick. And then in central Indiana, and in various other parts of the state, we've had a lot of flooding. So we, too, need more resources. I think additional resources will be coming, but the initial response has been incredible, and we'll work with the administration on.
I'm sorry, but what has the initial response been beyond just declaring an emergency? Did I miss it? That's a reaction. And I know that declaring an emergency frees up resources. It's not just like he says it and then nothing has to happen, but that's not actually the thing happening. It definitely helps, but like, what has he actually done?
A lot of flooding. So we too need more resources. I think additional resources will be coming, but the initial response has been incredible, and we'll work with the administration on further assistance.
And we'll be thinking of everybody in Indiana that's been affected.
Yeah, I guess you'll try to find a way to think about everybody in Indiana eventually with this race. Let's actually see. Let's see more about what's been going on. I want to see like what has actually been mobilized because declaring a disaster actually does free up things, but like it frees up funds up to like what 5 million or 50 million worth of funds, but it doesn't actually get the funds actually mobilized. And so I haven't seen anything since like a week ago when Trump declared the disaster about funds actually anything actually getting to Indiana. But they were just saying that like there hasn't been enough help. Like what are the actual things happening? Hold on. We can even go back to when this was first done, like a week ago.
Thanks, Garrett. President Donald Trump, meanwhile, has approved a disaster declaration for Indiana. Governor Mike Braun says to apply right away for any disaster assistance. News 6's government reporter Garrett Bergquist caught up with the governor at the State Emergency Operations Center earlier this afternoon.
Oh, 5 million.
Officials have been coordinating the state's response for the past week.
It's going to make
the State Emergency Operations Center.
Hold on, guy. Hold on, Garrett Bergquist. It's going to make up to $5 million in federal assistance available to support emergency response efforts across the state. So I don't think you understand that that's not a lot of money for a disaster of this type, but sure, up to a whole $5 million.
Response now looks set to receive federal help. Indiana faces record flooding while it cleans up from the windstorm that swept through the region.
If you just had 3 or 4 inches, you wouldn't be seeing what you're seeing in Anderson or Indianapolis, but you had 10 to 12 inches in places.
That's true.
And as it moves down and you get more rain to boot, that's where you get into a situation like this.
This is a historic event for Indiana. We had the floods in 2008. That was the sort of previous record, or potentially previous record. I expect this to be a very extensive cleanup and recovery operation, almost statewide.
State emergency managers say they've confirmed 6 storm-related deaths to date. That includes 2 in Delaware County. Braun says he talked to President Donald Trump by phone Saturday afternoon. Trump has now approved an emergency declaration. This unlocks up to $5 million in immediate assistance.
It's important because it brings things into bear when it comes to, excuse me, especially like uninsured homes, that part of it. And homeowners, if you've got insurance, you need to get with them right away. Underinsured and uninsured will be where that federal nexus comes in to help.
Whittam says saving lives.
Well, 5 million is not going to do it. We'll actually look into this more. Well, I'll look into this more in my free time to see how much of these funds have actually been dispersed to people. But the way they've been talking about it, it doesn't seem like a lot. Not that up to 5 million is a lot, but you know, maybe that's just the first wave. That's the first wave of support. Certainly, if it's a statewide emergency, it will not be enough money. I don't mean to like burst your bubble if you think that it's a lot of money. If $5 million is a lot of money, because it would be to you, but it's actually not. But we'll see. We will see. It's just crazy that the senator actually was just at a NASCAR race on like the White House front lawn or whatever, while the entire state is flooded. Have some faith, Brandon. That's true. I'm too much of a pessimist sometimes. I don't actually feel like a pessimist though. Like I just say things that I think are true and based in fact. I don't really put much, don't say thought into it, but you know what I mean. I don't like to classify it that way. Let's keep with the weather because there is a new wildfire going through Nevada right now near Reno. There's a Reno 911 situation, and there have now been mass evacuations out of the Reno area. I think 40,000 people have been evacuated. Let's just turn over to that real quick. Balance out the equation. A lot of water, a little bit of fire. Ain't Nevada all sand. It's all glass now.
a wall of fire above the hills of Reno in the US state of Nevada. Driven by wind, the Hawk fire exploded in size, forcing tens of thousands of people to flee with little to no warning. Several people have been injured. The wildfire began on Saturday and spread rapidly through dry bush into the Peavine Peak area of the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest. Within hours, it scorched close to 11,000 acres, destroying homes and vehicles.
We know that we have lost structures within the fire area. We are currently undergoing an assessment and getting teams in there to evaluate exactly what those numbers are. Additionally, we have 5,000 individuals who are currently without power to their residences and properties. And lastly, we can confirm that the fire was human caused.
More than 800 firefighters are battling the blaze on the ground and in the air. Emergency shelters have opened across the city, with thousands now seeking refuge. Power is only just starting to be restored. A state of emergency has been declared in Washoe County. With the whole
Yeah, they said the fire was human caused, and I have another video about that. But human caused doesn't always mean intentionally. I do feel like sometimes they describe any human caused fire as arson, depending on like what the news is, like where the news is situated. Because France 24 will describe like any human caused, in my experience, a lot of human caused fires as arson, when I don't think they really mean that it was set intentionally. And so I don't know if this one was actually set intentionally, like you have a volunteer firefighter going like rogue here, but we'll like look into a little bit more after this.
hot, windy conditions expected to continue, residents will be waiting to learn if they have a home to return to. Lou
Really
Brown,
bleak.
Al Jazeera.
Really bleak, really bleak. Wow, even more. Nearly 90,000 told to leave. But yeah, I want to hear more about the human cause. Sorry, real quick.
More than 90,000 people have.
Campfire not put out properly, cigarette out the car window. Yeah, I became aware of that when we were covering the fires in France. And I mean, they were massive all over like the country, essentially. And they said that like 90% of them were like arson or intentionally set. And I was like, there's no way that that could possibly be true. Like if that were true, France has a real arson problem. It would be crazy. People burning trash. Like, you know how people are in America. They get like 2 acres of land and they go like, I moved out here explicitly to burn trash. Like, and how dare the government tell me that I can't burn trash this week because it will set a fire. It's the weirdest thing. Yeah. Was it here? Let me pull it up. It's not in my little list. Nirvana. Fires. I did see a story about this. Let's find it. Burning tires and shit, exactly. Oh, we gotta have our like campfire. It's our bonfire night. It's when me and the boys get together and drink beers and throw gas into the bonfire. You know how people are. Is that what we just watched? Yeah, I think it is.
A helicopter drops water as crews on the ground battle a wildfire that's out of control. The Hawk Fire, which broke out on Saturday, is threatening urban areas in the western U.S. state of Nevada. Over 42,000 people have been forced to evacuate and 45,000 others have been told to prepare to leave.
Yeah, there are also fires going on in Serbia and North Macedonia. I see that you're talking about that in the chat too. We're going to cover that as well.
People have been forced to evacuate and 45,000 others have been told to prepare to leave.
Oh my gosh, I'm still scared to death. It's like you don't know if the winds are going to shift and it's going to get worse, you know, so you're just kind of, I got all my stuff in my car and in his car, so we're just like ready to go if we need to go, and just kind of looking at the computer, our phones, and just kind of, checking everything to make sure, we want to be safe.
According to authorities, 800 firefighters have been mobilized to bring the blazes under control. Unpredictable winds have complicated the effort, and so far there's been 0% containment.
Oh my God, it was pretty tough. It was horrible. Trying to get up here, trying to go to the house,
Thank you for the raid, Galactic Stream Lord. You love to see it. Welcome to the brand wagon.
Oh my God, it was pretty tough. It was horrible. Trying to get up here, trying to go to the house, just trying to get stuff for me and the kids. Yeah, it was pretty.
Did you actually see the fire?
We did.
What did it look like?
It was just really foggy. It just looks really bad. And it's starting to get really bad up there.
The governor of Nevada has declared a state of emergency in Washoe County, which includes the city of Reno. The National Guard's helicopter crews have been deployed and 60 troops are on the ground to help local police. While authorities have announced the Hawk fire was human-caused, an investigation is still underway.
Yeah, so I'm looking into it on my phone. There doesn't seem to be any additional information about like what human caused means at this point. But like I was saying, it can mean a lot of things. Like a lot of things cause sparks, a lot of things that you wouldn't imagine cause forest fires. Remember that one incident in France where they were trying to fix like the pylons or whatever, like the barrier on the fucking French expressway, and no one told them to not use an angle grinder, and they just like shot off sparks into the brush. Well, to be fair, in France they arrested I think they arrested the head of that company, and I was like, oh, I don't know, I can't say that you shouldn't do that. So human cause can mean a lot of things. A lot of people don't really think about it. Like a dirt bike can cause a fire. But you know what? Since someone mentioned it, let's actually turn over to the fires in Serbia and North Macedonia real quick. Fires everywhere, except for where it's like flooding.
Firefighters and farmers line up, beating back the flames. It's exhausting work, and by the end of the day, the fire is still advancing.
We couldn't bring it under control. The wind tore it away from us. It was devouring everything. We had both a plane and a helicopter, and their team was fully prepared, but it was all for nothing.
Heat waves and droughts have fueled dozens of fires across North Macedonia. Neighbouring Serbia is also burning, with one blaze tearing through a nature reserve east of Belgrade. Serbia had sent crews to fight the fires in Spain a few weeks ago. Now that help is being returned.
That's beautiful.
The very second we realised that our own forces were no longer sufficient, we immediately requested urgent assistance from Russia and the European mechanism. We received both and managed to save every single life and protect every single home, an achievement unmatched anywhere else in Europe.
This year's wildfire season is unprecedented. Europe is the fastest warming continent, with higher temperatures and dry, windy weather turning sparks into infernos. Some governments are discussing how to improve planning for and management of fires. As climate scientists warn, this is just a taste of what's to come. Minka Kerr, Al Jazeera.
Yeah, I mean, just a taste of what's to come, especially considering we're in like that super El Nino situation. So likely 2027 is going to be even hotter, which, it's not, and I mentioned this before, it's not just the heat in the summer. It's also the boom bust cycle of rain in like the rainy season, whatever that happens to be in a lot of these places, that causes for like an overgrowth of vegetation in one season that then just all dries out the next season. One of you put this comment exchange in the Discord. Apparently this is on the BQE. Like there's a new Zoran Mamdani BQE video, the Brooklyn Queens Expressway. I assume that he's talking about people throwing trash out the window all the time. Oh, and like people don't understand driver's license. It's crazy. People just love hating. I love hating too. Hope the data center is extreme weather everywhere. It sure is. Did I have anywhere else highlighted with extreme weather? I mean, it's happening literally everywhere, but we might just have to literally talk about something else, or we'll be talking about extreme weather all day. Ooh, yeah, let's do the beef thing. Okay, so the price of ground beef in the United States, probably all beef, but certainly ground beef, which tends to be the cheaper option for people who don't want to, splurge on steak, is at record highs, even higher than the price of diesel gasoline. I think it was almost $8 last time we checked. And Americans love burger. And to get that down, to get the price of beef down, Trump has decided to import beef from South America. And that has earned him the consternation of all of those cattle ranchers who used to love him. And I can only imagine that like the beef is a poor quality, probably from Argentina, treated with some kind of antibiotic that's not allowed in any country but the United States of America. This is just my guess. But the cattle ranchers are upset because the price of beef right now in America is high because of like what they've had to do with their like cattle stock, and bringing the price down artificially just puts a lot of pressure on them, which ultimately just means that they go out of business, and then like all of the industry gets consolidated in the hands of big meat. I'm the head of big meat though, so I'm happy with that. Ground turkey is $7.99 a pound. Did you know that Ben Franklin wanted the turkey to be the American bird? That's your fun fact of the day. Wanted to be the American bird of choice. No bald eagle, just a turkey. Brazilian beef is fire. I've been to a Brazilian steak chow. I've been to a Brazilian steak house, Fogo de Chao. He also had syphilis. That's because he just got around, I'm sorry to tell you, like, that's because he smashed. And that's just the reality of it. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Exactly. You learned that from The Office? Which one? The UK or the US office? Fogo was so made, y'all got bad taste. Well, I mean, I didn't choose to go. It was like a work thing. I didn't take myself to a Brazilian steakhouse. If you don't sous vide my steak, you ain't for me. Ew. I don't want my steak boiled in a bag or whatever. I don't eat a lot of red meat, though, usually. I eat a lot of chicken. I've been looking great, though. I was noticing at the gym, I'm really getting into a shape that, I mean, not that I'm used to being in because I have a lot less muscle than normal, but I'm starting to look like Toji in what you call it? Jujutsu Kaisen, when I'm like in my workout outfit, and that's what I love. Prove it? Prove what? Proves I'm in great shape. You can see it sometimes. But today I'm wearing my Kowalski Family Farms shirt. Americans are soon going to be forced to eat cat and the dog. Well, I mean, I hope not. I love cats and dogs, but I do think that it would be kind of one of those monkey paw curl situations after they insulted all of their Haitian migrants with that kind of shit. They were forced to just eat that or soy. You were at the steakhouse by yourself. No, I was at the one near Rockefeller Center, and it was one of the last events I did at my job before like the COVID-19 pandemic started. And I mean, honestly, it really, really was quite good. The food was good, and I had a great time because right before that night, I had solved like a coding problem for our like department that had been like plaguing our department for like weeks and weeks and weeks. And I had finally been able to like crack it, and we were like, "Oh shit, we did it!" And so we got like Fogo de Chao. at the same time. It was unrelated to that. Brennan, every time you bring up the gym, I say lifting stream win, and you blatantly ignore me. I don't know what that really means. Like, do you want to go with me to the gym? That wouldn't work. Or do you want me to talk about like lifting? I pick things up and I put them down. I mean, you'd have to ask me a specific question about like working out. I wouldn't even know where to begin. So it would be hilarious. They have horse meat butchers in the Netherlands. They have horse meat butchers in the United States too. It's called the government. Okay, let's actually turn over to this beef thing. Un-American and so hurtful. Minnesota cattleman reacts to Trump's beef import plan. Yeah, I just want to hear about the backlash. They're going to talk about the whole thing. Yeah, let's start with this one from MS Now, which is different, but we'll get to the one with the Minnesota cattlemen being hurt. Trump's plan to lower beef prices sparks major backlash. It's freedom beef. I wouldn't eat horse. I don't like horses, but I wouldn't eat them. I'm okay
voted
with
for him in 20.
Oh, you heard the magic words there. Voted for him in 2024. Okay, folks, lock in. You heard the magic words. I'm okay with the amount of animals that I eat right now. I don't think that I need to add or subtract any new animals. In fact, I disagree. I could subtract a few.
Amid record low polling, a new projection shows President Trump's net approval rating is negative in 47 out of 50 states. According to The Economist and YouGov, Trump's net approval is minus 26. Then let's go state by state. The data shows widespread dissatisfaction with Trump, even in states that voted for him in 2024. Ahead of the midterms, Trump has a negative net approval rating in all of the states where there are competitive Senate races this year. Places like Georgia, where Trump's net approval is negative 31. North Carolina, it's negative 25. Maine, Trump's net approval is negative 31. Texas, negative 22. And in Michigan, Trump's net approval is negative 27. Not exactly what you want to see if you're...
I'm sorry. Yeah, I want to see what states his approval are positive in. Okay, so the only states here that are not red are Idaho, Wyoming, and West Virginia. That's crazy stuff. So he still has between 5 and 10%, it looks like, approval rating in West Virginia and Idaho, and between 10 and 20% in in Wyoming. Wyoming is, I believe, the least populous state in the union. I can't say where Idaho sits. I would imagine it's pretty low as well. And certainly also West Virginia is not one of the most vibrant states. But those are the three that he's still doing well in, for sure. God, another fucking treatise from our president on Truth Social. What is he mad about today?
Producers are criticizing the president's plan to lower. To that, vying to win in those states. It means they've got a lot of headwinds. But then add to that this: Republicans, ranchers, and beef producers are criticizing the president's plan to lower beef prices. The president on Friday posted that his administration will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported without higher tariffs over the next 90 days. The president's claiming the beef would be sold 25% under current market value, which is currently at a record high of $6.89 a pound. There was immediate backlash to this announcement. The National Cattlemen's Beef Association said in a statement that, quote, flooding the market with government-subsidized below-market beef is not the way to rebuild the American cattle herd. The group also said the move sacrifices long-term stability for short-term messaging. Multiple Republican senators also criticized the plan on social media, among them Tim Sheehy of Montana, who said that he's advised the president against this course of action for a year. Deb Fisher of Nebraska said flooding the market with foreign beef hurts our livestock industry and undermines the long-term solution. And Tom Cotton of Arkansas posted that imported beef will only put more pressure on cattlemen, adding he's also advised the president against the action and is now urging him to reconsider. The president was asked about all of it on Friday.
We want to get the beef prices down, so we'll get them down a little bit. And that's what people want. That's what the voters want. And that's what I want. The ranchers are great. They're my people. I love the ranchers. They've done a fantastic job. But they admit that we need a little help and in order to get the prices down. So that's what we're doing. I don't want to say which countries, but there are a few countries, but they're going to be sending in the highest quality beef.
Oh,
and
I was going to ask, do you think we're going to even be allowed to know which countries they come from? We're not going to even get to know until it's here what country the beef is coming from in America. It's Argentina. Oh, man. He floated this a while ago and people were mad about it. That's why he's trying to obfuscate the sourcing now. Mystery meat, yeah. 25% lower than market value mystery meat. Who's to say where it's from? It won't even have the decency to be people. It won't even be the decency of just like, oh no, it's like people. They're trying to feed us people. It's going to be 100% all like antibiotic filled Argentinian beef.
the prices down. So that's what we're doing. I don't want to say which countries, but there are a few countries, but they're going to be sending in the highest quality beef, and it's something that we need.
Why don't you want to say? Why don't you want to say what country if it's going to be the highest quality beef? Why would it matter? Like, imagine going to a steak restaurant and they would tell you this meat is from like a country we don't want to say, but it's the highest quality. It's like, what do you mean? Like, is it like Japanese Wagyu beef? Is it some kind of like, you know, Brazilian special cow that I've never heard of? Is it that red heifer you can't stop talking about on like Rumble? Like, where is it? Where's it coming from?
Do we not know where the beef is coming from? The president didn't explain how it would be discounted or where the beef would be sold. This is yet another political problem ahead of the midterms. I want to bring in MS Now congressional reporter Michael Schnell. Michael, you are in South Carolina. We are going to get there in a moment just because the president was just there doing a rally for Darlene Graham in the closing days of that special election. But let's start here on not just the response from the American beef industry, but also farmers and fellow Republicans. I mean, the fact that you've got senators who are really never critical of the president coming out on their own accord on social media, I think says that this really hits a local nerve. All politics is still local, but I mean, this is a misstep from the White House. What do you think ends up happening here?
Yeah, Ali, one of the recurring themes throughout not just this Trump administration, but also the first Trump administration is how far congressional Republicans willing to bend to support whatever President Trump was pushing or advocating for at that moment before they start to push back. And the reason they would push back, if personally it was a problem for them or if it was a problem for their folks back home, we are seeing that this decision on beef imports is indeed too far for these Republican lawmakers. You just tick through a name, particularly three Republicans who are very closely aligned with President Trump. The name that stood out to me the most was Tom Cotton, the Republican from Arkansas, saying this goes too far. This is going to hurt cattle ranchers at home. Yes, it may be decreasing in the short term the price of beef for American consumers, but what about those cattle ranchers who are now going to have more competition in the workplace, but also at a much cheaper price? It puts more of a burden on them. So, yeah.
What about the free market? Like, what about the free market? See, this is what I mean. Every Republican loves to crow about the free market until it's their industry. And then it's no, everyone needs to pay more so that my industry can be vibrant. Then like free market for whatever you're doing, not free market protectionism for me. Like, it's just that entitlement. Like, a lot of these people, like they said, they're Trump allies and they talked all the big game about the free market, but now they need protectionism because it's, well, if we don't preserve the cattle ranching industry in my state, I'm going to lose a lot of support, right? It's, even if it's not in the short term, what's best for people, right? Now we have to think long term. No reactionary thinking about lowering the price of beef. We need to think long term about the viability of these Republicans' careers. It's just so transparent. And also, it's El Carne de Rata, obviously. It's not beef. It's beef, exclamation point.
Yes, this is a significant concern for these Republican lawmakers. It also hits on the affordability theme that we know is going to be so key to the November midterm elections. The question of what President Trump does right now, that's up to the White House. But it is worth noting that there was a similar instance to this back in May when the president had announced a similar idea involving beef, and then he pulled back on it because he had this swift outrage and backlash from Republican lawmakers in these farm states who have a lot of cattle ranchers as their constituents. So we'll see if he goes through with it this time around, but certainly this is a flashpoint, and it sort of helps us understand how far Republican members are willing to go. Well, when it hits folks' pocketbooks at home, particularly in this niche area like cattle farmers, that's too far.
it might be too far. We'll see. I'm also thinking of places like Iowa, where Ashley Hinson, the congresswoman who's running for the seat there, Joni Ernst's seat in Iowa, put out a statement saying this was a bad move. I mean, again, there are ripple effects in key elections. But I think the flip side of this, if you move away from the Republican outcry and into what the move signals, it's that the White House knows they have an affordability crisis on their hands, even as the president continues to go out and say it's a Democratic hoax and the other party created the term. And so
Damn, don't we have enough foodborne illnesses, though? Now that I'm thinking about this mystery meat more, it's like we have so many overlapping foodborne illnesses happening. We have an E. coli outbreak in the southern states, the southeastern Gulf of America, Epstein, Mexico states. We have the cyclosporiasis thing going on. We have that stuff going on. I think it's salmonella with the jalapenos and other, I guess, peppers. Like, do we really need like some kind of mystery meat-borne food illness too? Like, it's a lot. It just seems like a lot. Molly was a good girl. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Call me Bart Simpson, the way I drink milk in school now. Who doesn't love a centiliter of milk? Motown Mimi, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. We're reaching the Soylent Green phase of Project 2025. I don't think it's human. Like I said, human's too expensive. I think it's like rat or something.
White House knows they have an affordability crisis on their hands, even as the president continues to go out and say it's a Democratic hoax and the other party created the term. And so I wonder what that says to you, because this is a White House that has tried to push the president onto that messaging. They haven't really been able to succeed at it because he is his own messenger and he does his own thing. But this does show, at least implicitly, that they know that there is an issue here.
Yeah, well, Ali, I guess within 3 months of Election Day would be any time as good for the president to start to understand that affordability is the name of the game when we're talking about these midterm elections. And you're right, it has been a journey to get here, from him saying, what is this idea of affordability? It's a hoax being pushed by Democrats. Now understanding that the cost of living is an acute concern of voters across the country. But of course, it's this equilibrium, right? And it's a very delicate balance that if you want to do something for the cost of living and for affordability, in this case, the president's deciding that the best path towards that is these beef imports. Well, that's going to upset some people across the board. And in this case, it's a key constituency of his, being cattle ranchers. And in this case, it's a constituency that's very important to some of his most loyal Republican lawmakers up on Capitol Hill. So yes, the president is understanding that he has a problem here with affordability, and he is proposing an idea to fix it, but it's not going to be a silver bullet, because if you do one thing, you may upset others. And we're seeing that play out right now. Certainly curious to see if he takes any more steps toward this affordability standpoint, again, as we are about 3 months away from those elections.
Yeah, there's always a balance. But I want to get to where you are in South Carolina, because the president was also there on Friday for a rally in support of Republican Senator.
Oh, no, yeah, we don't need to hear about his support for Darlene Graham. He's just there because she's really hemorrhaging support in some instances. Because of the whole, like, I don't know nothing about no Taiwan. So they got to really like hammer home that she's the one for you. I want to hear from the cattle rancher himself. I want to hear from the Minnesota cattleman.
Tonight, a plan by President Trump to try to ease sticker shock at the grocery stores. The president plans to waive import tariffs on ground beef, saying exporters have agreed to sell it for cheaper prices. The Minnesota State Cattlemen's Association, though, opposing the move, warning government intervention could undercut American producers. Heidi Wigdahl here with why they say this is a short-term fix, Heidi, but could really create some long-term problems.
Yeah, Jennifer, this is receiving criticism, including from some Republicans in office. The Minnesota State Cattlemen's Association says it's disappointed and does not support government intervening in the market this way. And the National Cattlemen's Beef Association called this a political move, as the president says the deal lasts for the next 90 days, with the association saying, quote, it is 100% about the 74 days between now and the midterm elections.
At Schiefelbein Farms in Kimball, it's going to be a busy few months.
Beef is everything to us.
Don Schiefelbein says what we're looking at is an expansion. They're increasing their feedlot capacity by 50%. going from a facility that can hold 2,000 cattle to 3,000.
The president has been telling us we need to get beef priced right, and we did our part. We followed his orders and said, boy, we're going to help lead the charge in making more beef.
But President Trump's new plan to lower beef prices temporarily allows up
Bad
to
idea.
300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported into the U.S.
Honestly, I hate to say it, bad businessman. You followed Donald Trump's advice for your business, you made a bad business decision. Donald Trump is a, multi-time failure at running businesses.
Temporarily allows up to 300,000 metric tons of ground beef to be imported into the U.S. with no out-of-quota tariff. The president says there's a commitment that this beef will be sold at 25% below current market prices.
And it's just a big shot in the gut, right? Here we are doing exactly what we're supposed to. Then you have the government who really should not be involved in our business at all. Imagine any other business where the president comes out and single-handedly says, you need to make 25% less starting immediately.
While beef prices remain at record highs, Don says what they've been doing.
Honestly, I can think of a lot of businesses where, like, if the president came out and said that, like, not Donald Trump specifically, but some kind of theoretical leftist president, if he was to say that, it would make me incredibly happy across a lot of different industries. Like, if he said it to, like, big pharma, like, you guys need to make 25% less money immediately, I would be like, oh shit, because that money would be going into the pockets of consumers. So, like, in this case, that's still happening here. They're just saying it's unsustainable for their level of this industry, right? 25% less profit from companies, if it's not like selling less stuff overall in the market, just means that, like, that money is in consumers' hands.
Doing has been working.
If you look at the beef cattle market since June, cattle prices have gone down $400 per head. Those that are actually raising them are getting between 12%, give or take, less than what they were in June.
This year, data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture revealed the U.S. cattle herd had shrunk to its smallest size since the 1950s. Among the reasons included rising costs and drought. Don says for those who were considering expanding, the president's move could change things.
What he did on Friday was completely counterproductive to the long-term real way necessary to lower beef prices. Everything that we were building and trying to make all the incentives go to expansion, in one executive order or one trade agreement, he stopped cold in its feet.
The National Cattlemen's Beef Association says this does nothing to create market confidence or encourage rebuilding the herd. There are still a lot of questions, one of them being which countries the beef will be coming from, Jennifer.
Yeah, lots of questions. You could just see the amount of work that he was doing on the farm. He has all plans still to move ahead with that
question to have unanswered.
Yes, a massive undertaking, and it should be all done within the next 2 to 3 months.
Wow. Well, we thank him for sharing all of that, Heidi. Thank you.
Crazy, crazy stuff. Yikes. Navy sailor has been on USS Lincoln for 9 months. He just found out ICE took his dad. That's nasty. Do you guys want to watch that? I wanted to show you this other thing about Minnesota, but that's crazy. Oof. Yikes. Love this story. Stop it. Stop it. I'm reading your answers. That didn't come from me. Oof. Oof. That's despicable. I think we've milked this beef story as much as we can, especially since we don't know where the meat is coming from. Very crazy. I did want to also show you this other story out of Minnesota, though, because Elon Musk is suing Minnesota over a new law that they have that he does not like. So maybe I'll show you that story first, because it's also related to Minnesota, and we'll loop back around to talk about this, because I mean, I know how you guys feel about things like this, and I want to make sure I enable you all. Let's turn over to this Minnesota thing. So some of you in Minnesota probably have already heard about this, but I think that you guys will be very surprised about what Elon Musk is suing Minnesota over. Surprised, but also like not surprised in any way. Is there something like to describe that? Is there a German word to describe that? Elon Musk sues Minnesota over nudification law. What do you think this could possibly be, other than the fastest way to get the yellow monetization sign on my stream for today? Let's find out.
In other news tonight, Elon Musk will have to wait a little bit to see if he'll get any wins in his lawsuit trying to stop Minnesota from enforcing a new law.
No, you could have stopped right there. He's going to have to wait a little bit to see if he's going to get any wins. Elon Musk is a chronic L taker.
To see if he'll get any wins in his lawsuit trying to stop Minnesota from enforcing a new law. With just one dissenting vote, the state legislature passed the law to punish apps if they let somebody turn other people's innocent photos into pornography. Fox 9's Corin Hoggard has followed this law since it was
He's going to fight this tooth and nail.
And he's joining us now live from St. Paul. And so, Corin, why is Musk fighting it?
Yeah, Kelsey, so this law it's dubbed the notification law, and it is designed to basically prevent that from happening, creating these explicit photos and videos from innocent content there, and it actually fines any apps or sites that allow that to happen up to $500,000 per time that happens. And so Elon Musk and his lawyers, they don't like that. They say that that violates their free speech rights. Even though they say notification is bad, they say the law should also include some allowances for consensual notification and for things like parody that's usually protected by the First Amendment, and not just for what the law calls basically like recognizable fakes. But the lawmakers who passed this say it's really not targeting speech, it's targeting a tool that's used to create this obscene content. And Attorney General Keith Ellison told me today that since the law took effect on August 1st, they are enforcing.
I think that like people who over leverage free speech to describe things that it's not quite suited for don't understand that human rights, even our amendments, are going to always be downstream from like public perception of morality and how aligned those laws are with, you know, people's own personal morality, right? And so if you describe free speech as allowing stuff like this, eventually people will just stop agreeing. And only the dumbest people will be so like, you know, logic poison that they will allow like the term free speech to be a thought terminating cliche, because functionally it just won't matter to enough people, right? Like a lot of people, I think, over leverage free speech because they think it's a get out of jail free card, because how can you be against it? It's in the, like the, you know, it's in the Constitution, it's in the Declaration of Independence, it's in like the Bill of Rights, it's in all that shit, right? No, it's not in all that shit, but you know what I mean? It's in our founding doctrines. That stuff doesn't matter. Either in application or in reality, it would just be changed if you continue to over leverage it. And Americans don't really care about free speech. Speech is obviously constrained already in America in a lot of different ways. You give up freedoms just by necessity, just by part of being a society. It's only the freedoms, you know, it's only a question of what freedoms and how much of them you give up as a result of being in society ultimately. And so like the over leveraging of the free speech, like thought terminating cliche is not going to end well for people who think that it's just a way to get out of jail for when they want to do something like semi-illegal or certainly immoral, but not quite technically illegal. Eventually people will just, you know, they'll say we got to get rid of free speech. They'll say we got to change free speech. And you, no matter how much you argue, that's why I always like, you know, advise people, or at least like I don't personally put myself out there for arguing for like a lack of censorship or whatever on Twitter or whatever people are mad about this week, because you just seem crazy when this is what Elon Musk does. Like Elon Musk is making the best argument for censorship himself when he does stuff like this. And no amount of pretending that Twitter is a free speech platform or whatever will stop that from being the case. All you're doing is delegitimizing free speech and making it more likely people ask for it to be constrained, because most people don't see it as something that they monetize so readily that they need to have it be so unfettered that they have to allow stuff like this. Only a handful of like media professionals and perverts think like this. And so like this is why, you know, over leveraging your own legitimacy to speak out for like, you know, freedom of speech online just makes you seem foolish in the end, because this is what people hear in their local news about that ultimately. Like Elon Musk is saying free speech is when we get to like, you know, non-consensually or unconsensually nudify like your pictures, because otherwise like how am I going to make Grok be profitable? Like, and people will just demand something be done eventually.
It, and even Musk's lawyers say that they're following the law here in Minnesota.
What I loved hearing in the courtroom was that they have drawn a geocache around the state of Minnesota to limit image-based sexual abuse via Grok, which is amazing. It means that today, since August 1st, Minnesota has been the safest state in the nation to be a person out in public and not be notified by random people.
Yeah, it just means if you're in. Yeah, sorry about that mini F. Mini F, of course. But yeah, it just means that they set up a perimeter digitally. Yeah, Elon got me for talking about this, but it just means that they set up they set up a perimeter around the state of Minnesota. That means that you can't use this in Minnesota. But we know that they have the capability to do that because they did it for other countries like Indonesia when Grok was first rolling out this feature, and it was being utilized to undress people non-consensually in those areas. And in a lot of other countries, it's just like a crime. Like, this is the other issue with the free speech argument. In a lot of countries, they just don't have the same free speech laws, and it's just a crime to do this automatically, right? It's not a question of whether or not it falls within like the boundaries of like expanded free speech rights as utilized by our platforms. It's just flat out against the law. And that's why it became like a premium feature on Grok as well. It stopped being something everyone can do and started to be a premium feature for the for the sex bot. And so, yeah, I mean, it's just something that you can't really argue in favor for, because ultimately, just like our other institutions headed by corrupt figures, if you leverage your legitimacy trying to speak about these things being the public square, every time you talk to like someone in the public about that, they're going to hear a story like this, like, oh, it's actually Elon Musk's like CSAM account generator. And it just makes you seem silly, and people will just eventually get tired of free speech. Like, it's like anything else. If you keep telling people that it's something that they don't like, they won't just be valuing it because it sounds good. They'll go like, oh, well, it's just something that we have to change. They hid Minnesota in a box somewhere. He's such a primo loser. He loves stuff like this, but it's actually a sales point for him.
And of course, we wanted to verify that, so I went on to their AI, Grok, and I tried to notify one of my own images, as I did in April, to kind of show how this worked. Grok would not allow me to do that. It said it did not pass moderation. However, there were plenty of easy to find sites and apps that absolutely would do that. I was able to make some nudified images and videos of myself relatively easily.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say, I was like, is this dude like actually jacked like that? Crazy. He got me for a second. I was only looking out of the corner of my eye.
Oh my goodness. I wasn't expecting that, so just give me a second. Okay, this
nice,
is
brother.
This is a very serious issue, but I was not expecting that video of you.
He likes it. He likes it. Ah, yeah. Everyone likes being ripped. Yeah, we all like it. Everyone likes being yoked, brother. It's crazy. Like you can go to the gym. Everyone likes it.
Get my head around this. You made that video yourself. We know that you did.
You like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward? You like being shredded, brother. It's fine. I know. It's sick.
Discussed it with victims before airing it. There is so much abuse out there. So do we know how much, though, to quantify it?
Yeah, we don't exactly know how to quantify it, but I will say that XAI's lawyers said that they know it's happened tens of thousands of times on their site. They have tried to prevent it. They have reported it when they've noticed it and caught it. But, they say people get around it by finding prompts that work. And obviously, I've been finding.
No offense, like Twitter is a cesspool. Like, if you've ever just allowed your auto scroll to work on Twitter, like you just see like the most disgusting stuff. I won't even get into any detail about it. Like there can't really be any moderation on Twitter. It's just like crazy. I barely go on there, but like if you just like get caught up watching a single video, like, oh shit, like someone like posted a clip from this fucking anime, it will send you down like any number of things, like fake AI generated like race riot bait, like all types of like crazy stuff.
Out that it's relatively easy to find a lot of these sites and to do notification videos, and so it's really kind of a difficult thing to stop. We know from research though that 99% of the victims are women and children.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. And I also want to point out it's not really difficult to stop because it didn't exist before. Hold on, I have to sneeze real quick.
And, from talking to some of the victims who have come forward, they say, if this law isn't held up, then anyone could be next.
Because this impacts every single person. This impacts your kids. This impacts everybody you know. So now's the time to start making some noise about it.
And so Musk's lawyers are asking for an injunction to make sure that Minnesota cannot enforce this law, which is the first in the nation. The judge told them that he's not making a decision quickly, but he'll let them know next week when he'll make a decision, so it won't happen at least before next month.
But yeah, so I was just going to say, it's not hard to have this not happen. It's just difficult to have it happen, even with geocaching and limiting it to certain things, if you allow it to happen at all. Because there was a time where Grok just couldn't do this, that this functionality just didn't exist. And then they implemented this functionality, and since then they've been trying to find some way to have it be functional but to not have it doing any like of this, right? To just kind of skirt that line where it's like you can do it because it's profitable to allow you to do it, but not to have it violate anyone's consent. That's just not really feasible. It's the same with the chat bots not having like sexual conversations with minors. If you allow that functionality at all, the chat bot, the stuff is just, it's easy enough to get around like any of these things that like they just will get around it. And in the case of something like this, it's going to open you up to like liability, not just in the US, like I said, but like in other countries. And so it's definitely something that they just have not really like considered critically. Well, I mean, they have considered it critically. It just makes them money. And AI is mostly just like those meta glasses. Like it's stuff for like perverts, right? I mean, maybe you use it at your job, but like the two big pillars of AI technology, like selling, are perverts and like, dumb tech companies that like want to be seen on the cutting edge of everything. And if you get rid of the perverts, you're going to really collapse the personal use market, right? There are going to be a lot fewer personal users if you just like don't, pioneer perversion. And you're going to lose that like market share to like companies that will only do that, right? Because there will just be a language learning model company that will just only do that, and they'll pick up that entire market share. So they want to make that, but they just can't. YouTube got free speech, but Twitch not. What are you talking about? Oh, because like you guys got excluded from the on-screen chat window for a little bit. It'll pop back up. YouTube got excluded for a little bit too. We all have problems. Okay, so someone asked about the Tim Pool Mason clip. We'll do that after this clip that I guess I teased to you right before this anti-notification law that Elon is fighting. And that's the one about the USS Lincoln guy who just got back to find out that his dad got deported by ICE. That being said, I am interested beyond this story to hear the stories from the USS Lincoln as the ship comes in and like people get off of it and they start like leaking even more effectively because now they can get in contact with the real media and not just have to pass messages to and from their family to the media, and to see like what they're saying was happening on the ship and whether or not there was any kind of AI technology used to spread misinformation. All right, let's hear. Navy sailor has been on USS Lincoln for 9 months. He just found out ICE took his dad. This is from CBS News. Wow, 11 minutes ago. hot off the presses.
CBS News immigration correspondent Camilo Montoya Galvez joins me now to discuss his latest reporting on a...
I will say, we talked about this too when I was disabusing you of the mythology that we have like a poverty draft, the way that a lot of people think that we do. When I was showing you the actual like socioeconomic breakdowns of people who join the military, there are a lot more cultural factors that people are like, that are influencing people joining the military than people want to give credence to. A lot more like allegiance to America. And one of those factors is absolutely being a Latino first generation Latino born to like the parents of like immigrants. That's a very common type of draftee in like Texas specifically. And so that's just something you see all the time. There are a lot of like these kinds of, first generation children of migrants who like have this story. Because some people view it as like a fast track to integration. Like, I love America so much, a fast track to integration in a way that it's like not necessarily going to, turn out to be.
Immigration correspondent Camilo Montoya Galvez joins me now to discuss his latest reporting on a Navy sailor's father being detained by ICE. Camilo, good morning. It's a pretty gripping headline.
Yeah.
What do we know about the man detained by ICE, besides the fact that his son is on the USS Lincoln?
Well, Errol, the Department of Homeland Security did confirm that Luis Manuel Aviles Roa, the sailor's father, was arrested by Border Patrol, a branch of the Department of Homeland Security, this past weekend in Key West, Florida. The department is saying that the man is in the U.S. illegally, that he entered the country unlawfully, and that he's now subject to deportation to his native Nicaragua. Importantly, the Department of Homeland Security, Errol, did not dispute claims by the family that this man, Aviles Roa, the sailor's father, does not have a criminal record, and we have not found any criminal record for this person in the U.S. or abroad. But we should underscore that the Trump administration has repeatedly said now that anyone here without proper documents in the country illegally should be subject to deportation. Now, even in the cases of military families who previously were effectively off limits to ICE arrest and deportation.
Right, a real zero tolerance policy, it seems. You also have some exclusive reporting on deportees sent to African nations. What did they tell you?
So just to level set, the Trump administration has been mounting an aggressive campaign, Errol, to send third country deportees to many nations across the world, including in Africa. Many countries in Africa have agreed to third country deportation arrangements with the U.S. that allow the Trump administration to send deportees from South America, from Central America, from Europe, Asia, and other parts of the world to Africa instead of sending them back to their homelands. And we know that in the Central African Republic, the U.S. has sent people from Cuba, from Honduras, Ecuador, and Vietnam. In fact, we spoke to a man who has been sent there to the Central African Republic from Cuba. Let's take a listen to what he told us. We cannot leave, we don't have documents, and we're suffering and missing our families in a continent we don't know.
I miss my family. My son, he asks like every day to my wife, what is my daddy?
Yeah, this is really crazy stuff. Like just trafficking straight up.
In limbo without a country that can actually receive them or that they can call their own. We should also underscore that the Central African Republic is one of the most dangerous places in the world, so much so that the U.S. State Department tells American citizens not to travel there for any circumstance due to widespread insecurity.
I know that you had said some of the men did not want to deplane after landing in places they were unfamiliar with. Fascinating reporting, Camilo. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. Very fascinating reporting. The U.S. is human trafficking undocumented migrants to countries where they may be killed. So very fascinating. Because a lot of these countries just want to suck up to Trump, right? Obviously. So cruel. Marooning people. And then once the first few deaths happen, because remember, Mexico has already signaled their dissatisfaction with this to the Trump administration. How far that goes, we don't know. But inevitably, this will result in like deaths. It already has resulted in some like deaths, I think, by medical neglect. But inevitably, this will result in like actual deaths that will be recorded. And countries will likely take umbrage with this. Although, remember, now that I'm thinking about it, now so I need to remember, other Brandon, thank you for reminding me, large swaths of South America are now led by like reactionaries now. There's been a real wave of reactionaries elected into like executive branch positions in South America, and a lot of them are trying to suck up to Trump. We've seen this already with Scheinbaum is not good on the immigration thing. Like Scheinbaum and like Mexican presidents have been very cozy. We've talked about this before, and I would always suggest a good idea to go listen to the interview I did with Levi Vonk about this particular issue on the SoundCloud a few years ago. But like the Mexican government has really worked in alignment with the United States to externalize our southern border into Mexico in such a way that prevents migrants from being able to get to America in order to claim asylum rights or do things like that, because it also like provides this like veil of darkness. And this started really to expand under Obama because he didn't want a lot of the like negative attention of having like border crises. And so if the Mexican government makes it very hard for like the migrants to get to the border, then there's never really a border crisis. But obviously that policy has broken down a bunch of times. But yeah, the Mexican government, whether under AMLO or under like Scheinbaum, has not been good on like the immigration, the refugee rights campaign. But there are very few governments that are actually good about that particular thing. Nasty work to deport him while like they're starving his son on the USS Lincoln, though. All right. Let's take a little bit of a break from the news to jump over to the Tim Pool show. I feel like we've been watching a lot of Tim Pool. I feel like that's not something that you guys really normally want, but this feels like a chapter that we kind of have to put at least comprehensive bookmark on, or I guess bookend on. I want to close the page on this is what I'm trying to say. And that chapter is Tim Pool's Jubilee Cope. And so we've talked endlessly about Tim Pool's Jubilee Cope over the past few days, so I don't feel the need to rehash it or provide any kind of follow-up because you've probably already seen the video. I definitely did not watch the entire thing, but part of what he was saying when he was coping on his own show was that he wanted to have that guy, Mason, who put the beanie on, which absolutely did not put Tim into a bit of a hissy fit that caused him to storm off, because in reality he stormed off before the beanie came out of the pocket, and then the beanie came out, and so the stunt that he was describing was just owning him, and then the beanie was kind of the beanie on top, really. So Tim Pool actually had Mason on because the thing that these right-wingers need in order to have their best chance at winning these debates is to put themselves in the most friendly context. So Tim Pool invited Mason out to the complex to discuss, to discuss the Iran war and Tim Pool's position on it. We'll just have to figure it out. Tim Pool debates leftist on real goal of Iran war. So I guess he's going to really be pushing this whole secret mission that Trump was on. I can't wait to see how that works for him because it really is an incredibly dumb argument. So I want to hear how he has evolved it over time. Mason.
Trump says no new wars, and Republicans and moderates who voted for Trump go, yay, we're voting for him. Then the Iran war starts, and you get a fraction that break away and say this is a mistake. It's going to cause us problems. Yeah. But there's this diehard mega cult that says, no, we're in favor of it now. Trump is right the whole time, no matter what. And they invert their position because Trump is their position. My
Isn't
point
that
is
like what you guys were saying though?
About what?
On Timcast? I feel like I saw something where there's like this theory that the Iran war was meant to like strangle China and like U.S. adversaries.
How is
that true, or is that position changed?
No, that's absolutely my position. But how is that support of?
Well, isn't that saying that like there's a strategic reason why we need to do this to like hurt our adversaries?
Well, you're interpreting need.
Yeah, trying to understand what's going on is not the same.
See, this is the problem with the internet, right? I have a video where I literally said, this is a failure. I'm sorry, it just is, and Trump's not going to tell you the truth about it. I understand what they're trying to do if you look at the bigger picture, but a lot of people who don't pay attention are going to scream Israel did it. But when you look at every single move Trump has made, it even predates Trump, all of this is lining up the Gulf of America, even the renaming of it, for oil exports to originate from the Gulf, from the port of Houston. That's why you've got Panama, Venezuela, Cuba. That's why you've got the attempts at the Northwest Passage, and China's oil imports are being cut off. None of that is to say it's good we did it. In fact, I literally called it a failure. Trump is now draining the SPR to levels we've not seen since 1982 to try and stabilize gas prices because our economy is screwed up. But for some reason, literally starting a video with Trump is failing and he's going to lie about this. People go, I guess Tim supports the war now. And I'm like
I
what world do we live
support in a
Just-
way
it just seems
American
like-
military dominance. I didn't use
I don't recall the specific video where he called it a failure. It absolutely is a failure. I remember the video that we first watched from him where he floated this idea. And what I recall thinking was that it was just him running interference for the Trump administration because he had so transparently failed at the ostensible goals of this operation, which was the denuclearization of Iran, the regime change that he wanted to implement there, the freeing of the Iranian people, I guess, and what was the other thing that he wanted to do in Iran? It doesn't really matter because from that point, he failed, right? He failed all of those mission goals basically like within the first 2 weeks. And not only did he fail those mission goals, he caused another problem, which was the Strait of Hormuz to close down, which ultimately sent the price of oil and the price of goods around the globe essentially into like the atmosphere. And so it just seemed like when Tim Pool was making this argument that in reality, that was what he had planned to do all along. It was running interference for Trump's failure. And like I said before, while that's not the same thing as, supporting the war, it is obfuscating how bad the war is going because you're supporting Trump. Like you can't go as hard about the war as you maybe would want to, but still support Trump along the way. Like, and that's what is causing this, I guess, misunderstanding because he's milquetoast in his criticism of the war because he has been open in the reality that he doesn't want to cause Trump to lose the midterm. And so, yeah, like it just seemed like he was running interference by trying to make it seem like Trump had ulterior goals than the ones he had actually said. But I thought that was really stupid, right? And I think that the main reason that like, and you'll forgive me for saying it, that like cope was actually stupid was because the goals that he stated at the top of the war, like the denuclearization of Iran, because there's such a danger that they might literally nuke the world and kill us all, or nuke Israel or whatever. Same thing to him, honestly. That was such a big deal and such a big scary thing to say that to use that as the like fake goal while secretly you just want to like ensure American oil dominance and strangle China just didn't really make any sense. It's like the kind of logic where, you cheat on your wife and instead of just breaking up with her, you kill her, right? Like you just try to hide a really bad thing. You know what I mean? It's the kind of like dumb, irrational, like excuse making that like dumb guys would do, but it doesn't make sense to hide a smaller goal with such a big one and fail at the big one transparently only to like kind of maybe succeed, but then also fail at the other goal. Because at the very best, you're setting yourself up to transparently fail at a very big thing that people care about. And then you'll just have to go like, oh yeah, that wasn't a big deal. The whole Iran getting a nuclear weapon to blow up the whole world, turns out that wasn't a big deal. I was just trying to make sure that Chevron's profits went to the sky. Like it doesn't really make much sense, right? So even that cope was just dumb. But like, yeah, it was just running interference for the Trump administration, which is the same thing as running interference for the war.
And I'm like
I
what world do we live
support
in?
in a way
just seems
American
like-
military dominance. I used to think war bad, stop. But now I'm like, well, what's the alternative here? Chinese military dominance? Because it's going to be somebody militarily dominating the planet.
It just seems like that interpretation is
correct.
a part of the Trump like post hoc justification for
It's
what
not
could be,
because
like,
they're lying about it and they won't tell you this, and they're telling you it's because of nuclear weapons, which is a lie because they bombed them last year over nuclear weapons. So it's not the Trump's official line is nuclear weapons, and that's not correct.
It's legacy. I think Donald Trump wants to be the president that actually went into Iran and took them down and stopped the regime. We stopped.
But like even when he says it, that doesn't make any sense. Like I hope Mason like addresses this with him, but think about that. Think about that logic. Trump lies about wanting to stop Iran from having nuclear weapons, which he tells you they are weeks away from and that they're going to do really bad things to destroy the world with them, only so that he can win a shadow oil war with China. Muted. I can hear it. Can you not hear it? Are you guys just saying that because you're saying you want me to mute it? It's not muted, yeah. Trust me. I was kind of concerned that you're like just pretending to be able to hear Tim because you actually don't want to be able to hear Tim. But no, it's definitely not muted. But yeah, like it just doesn't make sense to lie that way. I just don't understand like why you would think it would make sense to lie about something so big to hide something significantly smaller that fewer people would care about. No one is going to think positively about that, even if you reveal it at the end like a fucking magician. It doesn't make any sense.
Of nuclear weapons, which is a lie because they bombed them last year over nuclear weapons. So it's not the Trump's official line is nuclear weapons, and that's not correct.
It's legacy. I think Donald Trump wants to be the president that actually went into Iran and took them down and stopped the regime. We stopped it in Venezuela. We'll stop it in Iran. I'm going to be the president that establishes dominance.
That's a component. Don't get me wrong, but let's start from the beginning.
It's not going to be economic strangling China when Americans are the ones that are also going to take the front, which you agree with if you think that the war is a failure.
What's happening is everyone's losing 20%, but because we're so far ahead, our loss is still going to keep us above everyone else.
So they're taking political suicide in the midterms and potentially in 2028.
They're hurting
so look at it this way. Okay. Let's look at it this way. Let's say you've got half a tank of gas. China's got a quarter tank of gas, and you both have to go 100 miles. Trump's like, I'm going to burn the half tank.
Well, China's getting hurt, but it's not going to cripple them economically.
It's cut their oil by 44%. And they've implemented controls and emergency energy releases. They've switched their taxi fleets from gas to electric already.
Yeah, they're getting
choked out.
But no, that shows how versatile they are. Like that shows how flexible their infrastructure and their economy is, and how by nature of being like top-down controlled, they can do these things very quickly, right? And because a lot of their like middle class have a lot more disposable income than Americans, not to say that there's like a wide, they make as much, I guess, per capita. Who's to say now at this point? We don't get as much transparent information out of China. They just have they have better ability to be flexible. Like a lot of those people sold their gas cars when this started and started to electric. Their grid is more like they have more green energy options. They have coal too, and they have a better strategic petroleum reserve and other like resource reserve. It's just crazy to frame this as like a China L when by all accounts China doing this actually prevented the price of oil from spiking to the point where like Europe and other parts of Asia would have been unable to like maintain their economies. And I'm not even trying to say that China was trying to do that for some kind of just like benevolent reason. China needs those economies to be like at least functional so that they can import Chinese goods, right? China is a manufacturing economy. China makes things and it sells things to other people. And so China needed those economies to still have the kinds of money that they're, have sloshing around to buy Chinese goods. And they've also been able to make a few more trade deals since Trump took power and alienated a lot of our normal trade partners. And so the price of oil going to $150, $200 a barrel because China keeps importing oil at the new prices and keeps like the demand going would have just resulted in China like, yeah, sure, having oil may be cheaper or whatever in their country, but a lot of their market opportunities in other parts of the world just going under. Like China just took in less oil on, because they wanted to, right? Essentially because they were able to. And it hurt their economy a little bit, but it was ultimately to save their economy in the long term. And just it demonstrated their flexibility. Certainly they're more flexible in that regard than America and other parts of the world too.
44%. And they've implemented controls and emergency energy releases. They've switched their taxi fleets from gas to electric already.
Yeah, they're getting
choked
economy.
out. So let's start from the beginning. This is important because people can't seem to understand it. Let me phrase it like this. Not only was I in some of these countries at the start of these conflicts, but I've been tracking this since I was a teenager and involved in the protests around Afghanistan and the Iraq War. Every day of my life reading the news about what was going on. So let's go back as far, not even as far as I can go, but we can go.
What? Tim Pool is always capping, brother. He may wear a beanie, but he is always capping. He was in these countries when the wars started, going back to when he was a teenager. What is he even saying? I'm sorry, what?
Understand?
I must have heard that wrong. I cannot even imagine what that would mean. Like, what?
So let's start from the beginning. This is important because people can't seem to understand it. Let me phrase it like this. Not only was I in some of these countries at the start of these conflicts, but I've been tracking this since I was a teenager and involved in the protests around Afghanistan and the Iraq War. Every day of my life reading the news about what was going on. So let's go back as far, not even as far as I can go, but we can go and this is for all the people who might watch this who don't know what's going on and assume that understanding the conflict is support for it. It is not. First, the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, my favorite story. The U.S. went to Syria and said, we want to build a natural gas pipeline from the Persian Gulf through Iraq, Syria, Turkey into Europe to offset the...
Wait, so he's just not going to clarify like which of these countries he was in during the start of which of these conflicts? Like, I don't even know what that could possibly mean. So was he in Afghanistan or Iraq at the start of the like war on terror in the early 2000s? Or was he in like one of the Gulf states? Do you guys know if he was in one of the Gulf states when like the initial war broke out with Iran, either this time or back in July or June of last year? This is my first time hearing this. So excuse me if was he in China? Like like what a crazy thing to say that he said that he was in most or all of these countries when this started. Was he in Israel? Like, is that what he's saying? Like all wars were like started by like when he was in Israel? I don't know what he's even saying. Like, this is crazy. Like, I don't even understand like what that could possibly mean. He's making it seem like he was in multiple of these countries at the same time when this all happened. Like, yeah, like Forrest Gump, Tim Pool. Brian Talmy, thank you for the $10 Canadian. Confirmed, Tim Pool is the Forrest Gump of U.S. foreign policy. I'm sorry, I have to rewind that one more time. I literally I feel like I'm misunderstanding what he could possibly mean by this, and it must just be very simple. Please write in the chat if you get what he's saying here.
Not only was I in some of these countries at the start of these conflicts, but I've been tracking this since I was a teenager and involved in the protests around Afghanistan and the Iraq War. Every day of my life reading the news about what was going on. So let's go back as far, not even as far as I can go, but we can go and this is for all the people who might watch this who don't know what's going on and assume that understanding the conflict is support for it. It is not. First, the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, my favorite story. The U.S. went to Syria and said, we want to build a natural gas pipeline from the Persian Gulf through Iraq, Syria, Turkey into Europe to offset the Gazprom gas monopoly. This is a fact. Bashar al-Assad said, no, we are allied with Russia, who has a naval base in Tartus. We are not going to allow you to build a gas pipeline that would offset our allies' control of energy in Europe. Then Syria, Russia, and Iran said, let's tap the same natural gas field, build it through Syria, and strengthen Russia's gas monopoly. Now, this is where there's a gap because I don't want to make insinuations, but surprisingly, within a year, the United States declares that Bashar al-Assad is a terrorist state, and we enter the conflict on the side of the rebel fighters.
Like 2013-ish?
So this is around 2011, actually, the start of it's the Arab Spring into the Syrian civil war. And the United States says, we're going to side with the rebels, which ultimately all of them form an Islamist nightmare, which is ISIS. And they end up with weapons that were delivered by the Obama administration. The speculation, because again, I'm trying to be nice, is that the U.S. needed to remove Bashar al-Assad so we could build a gas pipeline through Syria and Turkey because, again, Russia controlled 20% of natural gas into Europe, and Europe was starting to favor Russian interests because they needed the energy. Fast forward to now we're getting into 2014, 2016. Ukraine was split between staying in the Russian Trade Federation or joining the European Union. Russia says if you join the European Union, European goods are going to flood the Russian market, so we're going to cut you off. Pick one. Unfortunately for Russia, Ukrainians were like, we'd rather be in the EU. We'll be wealthy. If Ukraine joins the EU, the Black Sea, Russia's control or access to the Black Sea would be at risk because Crimea, their only warm water port, is Ukraine. So what does Russia do? They annex Crimea, fearing that Ukraine would fall to the European Union. Also, this would compromise Gazprom. Burisma is the next component, which is how they control the price of gas in Europe. Russia's their principal export is energy. They need it for their economy. We then get the Nord Stream pipelines from Russia into Germany. One of them blows up, Nord Stream 2. Germany has accused Ukrainians of bombing the undersea pipeline that was delivering Russian gas to Germany. There's speculation that CIA frogmen were involved in this. If it is true that Ukrainians bombed our allies' pipeline in NATO, that would trigger Article 5, and the U.S. would be forced to enter the war against Ukraine. That's insane. Germany has issued an arrest warrant for the Ukrainian who they accuse of doing this. The U.S., I presume, would be on the side of Germany, but for some reason has stayed out of it. Now we get the Ukrainian conflict. Burisma. Joe Biden has his son on the board of Burisma, an energy company. Why? When we couldn't get the Qatar-Turkey pipeline into Europe.
No, he's really trying to establish that he knows what he's talking about before he launches into the most ridiculous justification for why this war is what he's saying it is. But it just isn't. All of this stuff can be true. It's just totally irrelevant. It's just totally irrelevant. It's just not what he says it is. But we can let him continue. He's just yapping. We might as well let him continue. I'm just still taken by I was in a lot of these places at the beginning of the war or like the conflicts. I guess he was in Syria. Maybe he was in al-Nusra. I don't know. I just can't imagine what he actually means by that.
The United States shifted its resources to control of Ukraine. If we can get political dominance in Ukraine, we can stifle the Gazprom monopoly through Burisma and other energy sources if Ukraine joins the EU. Hence now, Russia is invading, sealing this land bridge to give them access to Crimea, which is it's the home of their Black Sea fleet. The Kherson Bridge was bombed, so that's not a safe means of access for Russia, and they're not going to spend $1 billion putting up a new base, in Russian territory in the Black Sea and give away their naval port. So now we have this war. Currently now we have a problem with Israel bombing Syria, Turkey moving in Syria, when Bashar al-Assad has been forced to flee, and the U.S. interest is in getting the Syrian government to allow us to secure these pipelines. That brings us to everything we've seen in the beginning of the Trump administration. He renames the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which seems silly. He takes Venezuela. He's pacified the Caribbean by bombing these vessels, and he's surrounded Cuba, cutting them off from all energy.
Pacified the Caribbean by bombing these vessels. He'd done war crimes in the Caribbean Sea. And I guess that pacified, there's still people transiting it. They just might get bombed.
And by bombing these vessels, and he's surrounded Cuba, cutting them off from all energy, isolating their government, forcing a destabilization. He renegotiated the Panama deal, and he's currently trying to gain access to Greenland, which would give us military access to the Northwest Passage. Then it brings us to Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, 20% of the world's oil. I do not believe Trump is trying to take out nuclear weapons. I believe the intention is, as Trump just posted, new U.S. territory, is to create permanent control of 20% of global oil exports. Trump wants to dominate the world. Everything he's done has centered oil exporting through Houston and the Gulf of America. And now he's shut down the Strait of Hormuz, which has isolated BRICS nations, India, China particularly.
Shut down the Strait of Hormuz?
He did shut down the Strait of Hormuz. He started the war. Then the strait got shut down. And I believe that is the intended condition.
Intentional.
Yes.
Well, I think the Israelis started the war and he joined. And I think
I think it's that justification right there that makes people think that you're supportive of the war. I think I agree with Tim that, not that theory is correct, obviously, but that may be an oversimplification. I think that he's just blindly supporting Trump by trying to make his plans seem higher level than they actually are, so that even if he failed at them, you can kind of respect him for thinking big brained. But I don't think any of this is true. I don't think that whole screed about what's going on in Ukraine is any way related to this in any meaningful sense. Except for the fact that, the oil market is even more constrained by the lack of Russian oil and natural gas on the market due to a combination of sanctions and bombing of their infrastructure, from Ukraine, obviously. But I think that's why people think he's running interference, because instead of just admitting that the ostensible goals of the war were flawed on their face, he's trying to pretend like there was a secret goal that could have been actually achieved. And that wasn't true, and it isn't true, and it just doesn't make any sense.
Is the intended
So it was
condition.
intentional.
Yes.
Well, I think the Israelis started the war and he joined, and I think the Israelis wanted to destroy the
is
nuclear program. But Trump was like, "Well, now that we're here, we might as well control the oil." You don't think?
Israel wants to obliterate Iran, period, because Iran funds the Al-Qassam brigades, Hamas, as well as the Houthi rebels in Yemen. So Israel is basically saying these guys are the ones making the war against us.
Regime change.
We're going to destroy them. We want regime change. The United States also wants regime change in Iran. That's why we got Iraq and Afghanistan, which is a pincer strike on the Iranians. But Iran is a giant mountain. It's not easy to just take out.
Which
and the
is
U.S.
why
is
this
struggling.
is such a failure is because the only two options left are further escalation, which are taking over the islands in an attempt to do a siege onto the mainland, which is going to fail. Unless we're really willing to obliterate most of the Iranian civilians.
They won't put.
Well, but let's define failure.
Or it's going to be just a complete surrender and give the Iranians exactly what they want, which is a restoration fund, which is giving them the reparations that they're asking for, allowing them to continue to control the strait. And we've gone from 150 or so ships that were going through Hormuz to 10 now? I think it's the latest.
And I believe that's on
estimated
purpose.
I read that.
Trump, see, this is what I disagree with you, because your argument would be Trump accidentally destroyed the U.S. economy.
No, I think that Trump knew that there were going to be risks, but he was willing to take it because he feels this invincible.
He on purpose destroyed
I'm the
it.
Man, I am
But
the
that
guy
doesn't
that's
explain
going to tackle Iran.
20
Even though
years
the
of U.S. foreign policy.
Well, the last presidential administrations, leading all the way back to Ronald Reagan, wanted Iran to fall. They wanted control, but they were worried of what that would do to the global economy, which is exactly what we're starting to see right now.
Agreed.
Trump
And
taking this risk and it being a failure.
It's not.
Didn't you say it was a failure?
Indeed. And I don't think the issue is that it's a risk. It's that Trump is not going to publicly say, we knew this would happen.
Well,
imagine if Trump
regardless if Trump did say that or not, it's going to be a failure amongst the American people, which is why there's such disapproval
which is why he needs a casus belli, which is, they have nuclear weapons.
But nobody believes that.
I agree. That's why Trump is. What's he going to say? We shut down the Strait of Hormuz to strangle the.
But that's so stupid. That doesn't make any sense. So he gives a really big reason, like they're going to get nuclear weapons and destroy the whole world with them, or at least parts of Europe and Asia or whatever, and Israel, which you love so much. And he does that in order to make people not mad that he's going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz and crash the global economy, not by accident, but on purpose. And so people are going to be poor and afraid. Why would he do that? That's the dumbest thing imaginable, right? Doesn't that just make no sense? Am I am I just being too big brained with it? Doesn't that just make no sense? There's no perceived benefit to anyone that he relies on to elect him, or anyone who he supports, right? There's no benefit of that, because they know that we didn't accomplish the main goal, and then they don't know that we did accomplish the secret goal, which I guess we still didn't accomplish, but they do know that they're feeling the impacts of that closing of the strait.
That's why Trump is. What's he going to say? We shut down the Strait of Hormuz to strangle the BRICS nations.
It's better than a lie that nobody believes.
No,
why wouldn't he just say? Why wouldn't he just say we need American economic dominance?
Wait.
We don't want China to be able to continue to get.
You think Trump would get? Would you support Trump if he came out and said?
No.
Who would support Trump if he said we did this on purpose?
Republicans that want to see China crippled.
Yeah, but moderates and Democrats. Well, Democrats are out, but the moderates are going to be like, screw off. We don't want war.
So you're saying the moderates approve of him saying that we're going to get rid of their nuclear weapons? I don't think the moderates buy that either.
Most people, if you have two people and you have a choice of what you're going to try to sell them on, you sell them the lowest common denominator. The existential threat of Iranian nuclear weapons is understandable by someone who doesn't pay attention. But if you go to them and say, I just choked out 20% of the global oil supply, causing a global economic crisis, and I'm now draining the SPR to make up for that loss. Why? I want to choke BRICS nations. They're going to say, go F yourself. This is your fault. And they're going to say, I'm going to vote for somebody else. So you go to them and lie and say, but they've got nuclear weapons. We have to stop them. And at least some of those people are going to go, well, I guess so.
Way less than before the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq.
But we didn't stop them. I'm not going to keep rehashing this point, because I guess you either understand what I'm saying or you don't. But this is it doesn't make any sense. This cope, it does not make any sense. This would be the worst way to handle it.
People are going to go, well, I guess so.
Way less than before the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, though, because so many people are keyed into the nonsense.
Let me just say this.
Regardless
you
of
can't
regardless
exclude,
of what you're saying is the justification, you're agreeing that this is a strategic failure.
As of this point,
right now,
this has been a nightmare of a conflict.
So
the SPR
as
being
of this
drained
point,
down to what, like 100? What's it going to? It's going to 170 million
there it
barrels.
is.
With
As
the
of this
argument of
point,
you
Worse than Biden.
ceding to that, are you saying that in the future this is going to end up being a net positive?
That's a question of American.
If we get oil in the Gulf.
But again, that's like saying I'll put money down on a baseball team to win, and then it's like, will I make money? Well, if they win, if Trump is able to, let me simplify it. First, as I've said a million times, I'd never vote for this war. I won't support this war, but I hope the United States wins in all respects to whatever the United States is doing. The simple way to explain this plan is Trump is trying to center global oil in the Gulf of America.
Tim Pool is like the Monet of fence sitting. This is crazy stuff here. This is some crazy stuff. And I bet he thinks this is super sophisticated. Like, I think he probably thinks people cannot see right through this. Obviously, you can't allege anything. I don't know what you would imagine you would be alleging against him, but like, this is so transparent. This is incredible stuff.
Simple way to explain this plan is Trump is trying to
He's
center
the Simone
global oil
Biles
in the
of
Gulf
fence
of
sitting.
America. And that's his obsession. That's why Panama, Greenland, all of these things line up. The idea is we're going to cause 70% damage to America and 80% damage to China. China gets half of its energy imports in the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. is an oil exporter. This is Trump's plan. But you're never going to go, especially in a midterm year, and tell the American people, you want to know why you can't afford your gas right now, or why eggs cost so much money, or why the economy's in a downturn? I did that. They're going to be like, okay, I'm voting for somebody else. So he's going to come out and lie and say they've got nuclear weapons. We have to stop them.
Yeah.
But he still did it. He still did it. Like, it doesn't matter if he did it on purpose or by accident. He still did it. And then he also failed at the other things. I'm so boggled by this logic.
So he's going to come out and lie and say they've got nuclear weapons. We have to stop them.
Yeah, I just think the American people already understand that it is Trump's fault, which is why his disapproval is so large right now.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But again, he's not going to come out and say, hey, my approval rating should go down.
Right.
He's going to lie to try and bolster this military failure.
I'm not I don't hate on him for lying, because sometimes
Indeed.
you're
Okay,
the commander-in-chief
Sherlock
of the
Holmes.
military, your job is to subvert and lie to the opponents. The problem is when you start lying to the domestic population because the rest of the world's watching, so you have to. Otherwise,
or you say
they'll-
that Americans' financial status does not even take, like, what did he say to the press? He's like, I don't even think about Americans' financial state when I'm making these decisions. I'm the president. Everyone has to deal with it.
So here's the important understanding of why I would call this a failure. Draining the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to try and keep gas down in the United States, that is when you are failing. Our Strategic Petroleum Reserve is not for gas prices. It is for when we are threatened, we are at war, and we need energy to fight back. For Trump to have started this war, and again, with pressure from Israel, no doubt, to now be at a point where we have to drain something like we're going for like 40% of the SPR to the point where they're saying it's going to damage the caverns.
looking for the numbers.
Biden did this. Biden drained the SPR because our oil prices were screwed up. And this is not what it is for. Trump refilled it early on, but now we're draining it again to choke out the Strait of Hormuz. If, however, Trump's gambit does work, which I'm not confident in, we will be in a down period for some time. Perhaps in 4 or 5 years, the United States will see some benefit from this. The simple way that the media likes to say it is short-term pain for long-term gain. My response is no casus belli, no war. We, the United States, do not start wars for the purpose of damaging other countries economically to improve our economic situation 5 years later. This is not what we voted for. It's not what our country should be doing to succeed. And right now, it's pissing everybody off. And it's pissing me off because I can see it in the prices of everything we do.
Yeah.
And if the president's going to come out and lie about what's really going on, I think that is also a big problem. That being said, I understand governments lie and those with power take power. There is a possibility that in the end, we get substantial economic damage from this, but we destroy BRICS. And then we feel good about it 10 years later. Right now, People are suffering. The economy is bad. It is palpably bad. And I do not feel that we have there's a justifiable reason to be involved in this. There's two principal camps on the surface. Israel forced us to do it, and we had nuclear weapons. We had no choice. Both of which are half-truths. You have to look at the big picture of the past 20 years with the Qatar-Turkey pipeline and all the actions in the Gulf of America, especially with Venezuela. And it's all about, again, we're going to cause pain to the Americans today in hopes that in the next 5-10 years, we're energy dominant and China's not.
Oh, man, and technology is advancing so rapidly. They'll be using non-petroleum based energy fuel sources by then. That's the crazy part.
I don't think so.
You don't think
I think that no, absolutely not.
Dude, the Chinese are
you are completely wrong, Ian, because what you don't understand is that petroleum is the means of controlling populations. If we allow anyone to develop fusion technology, they will get off the petrodollar. We will blow them up.
Weapons is the means to control domestic populations. Not the fuel will give
no,
you the power
to
forge weapons, but it's
weapons are the last resort of conflict that are no guarantee.
I think it's the main.
I guess Mason just like kind of checked out mentally. I would have checked out mentally too. Like they're just going back and forth with this bullshit. They are so low frequency on this show. It is so ridiculous. That long tirade he just gave there where he was like, it's bad, but it might be good. And it's bad, but it might be good. And then we feel bad, but it will feel good. And I think that's a failure for now. Who knows? I bet he thinks that's what it sounds like to be sophisticated, but it really isn't. It was very transparently just like clear fence sitting.
Thing that you use to control people.
If everybody needs gas and gas prices,
when is the tipping point when we're done using non-renewable energy sources?
I don't think at least
non-renewable.
No, the
liberal
makes oil.
The liberal
uses carbon constantly and keeps making new oil.
And in perpetuity,
we're not going to run out.
We continue to expand.
We're not going to run out because they're also synthesizing it. The issue is the liberal economic order. The United States hegemonic system is predicated on the petrodollar. Ain't no way Trump or the military-industrial complex gives that up.
Right, but the Chinese don't give a shit about that.
Which is why
they want the alternate.
Which is why if they get close to getting off of that, war will start.
Like if they start using
Thucydides'
hydrogen.
trap, bro.
And also most of most of China's military machine still runs on oil. Like they do have, some electric powered drones or whatever, but all their ships and stuff, most of them are they're diesel ships still.
I think
most of their tanks and stuff like that, they're all run on some kind of petroleum product.
The future of warcraft, just with technological innovation, is going to be so much different. And I think even in the next 15 to 20 years.
Well, that's why
the advent of AI and just
that's why I brought
attacks,
up. That's why I brought up like batteries and stuff, because drones are going to run off batteries, right? And so drones are going to be a major part of the future of warfare. But still, you're talking about like if you're dealing with missiles, like sure there are solid rocket boosters and stuff, but if you're talking about anything that has an engine, it's all running off of it's all running off of diesel.
The energy output of oil is better than everything, and you're not going to get a microfusion reactor for a car.
Well, hydrogen's pretty lightweight.
They've tried that though. It's
you guys enjoying this jerk off fest between these nincompoops? I feel so bad for Mason having to sit here and listen to this bullshit. This is so dumb.
Volatile, and it's hard to produce.
We're going to finish, though. We're going to power through.
The energy source for hydrogen is still oil.
Have you seen any significant infrastructure move towards hydrogen?
No, the whole industry is suppressing it.
Exactly.
Yeah, he doesn't know how batteries work. I bet he thinks that he doesn't know how batteries work. I don't know how he thinks that batteries are charged. I bet he just thinks that batteries just they just produce electricity.
An infrastructure move towards hydrogen.
No, the whole industry is suppressing it.
Exactly.
But
they're not going to do it.
The Chinese
that's why
out of this industry.
This is a component of why Trump is like, we're going to burn them to the ground. The United States, the military-industrial complex, the Western powers are not going to let BRICS run away with energy outside the petrodollar.
We're talking about the future of warfare. The German blitzkrieg was people didn't understand that you could drive tanks through a mountain 3 days straight because that had never existed before.
The blitz was on London, wasn't it?
It was the blitzkrieg was through the Ardennes forest in eastern France. The Germans came with tanks and they took amphetamines and stayed up for days and they drove these tanks which had never been seen.
They're all dudes up, coked up, and just rolling.
They conquered Paris in 2 weeks. The Chinese could attack from straight above.
Real quick, wait. The blitz was a bombing campaign by Nazi Germany and Italy against the United Kingdom.
Look at the Blitz.
I think, Ian, you're talking about
Blitzkrieg.
the book Blitzed.
No, Blitzed is a Norman.
Blitzkrieg is a generic term.
Yeah,
that Germans use. It means lightning warfare.
Yes, lightning warfare. That these
the Blitz
I'm
specifically
talking
was
about
on
the
the
Ardennes
UK.
Forest attack. It started off the war against France.
Just to clarify, because the Blitz was against the, was a bombing.
They were a total peace, sneak attack. The Germans attacked France out of nowhere. They blasted through the woods, an undefended area, because they thought it was impossible. We can never be attacked here.
Yeah, was it the Maginot Line?
The Maginot Line was their expected attack defense area, but south of that was these dense mountain forests, and they're like, no one's coming through dense mountain forests, but the tanks could. So these drones can come from straight above.
German tanks in London? Is that what he said? This whole situation just really, I think, in my situation, I mean, the last 5 minutes of this conversation, I think did more to delegitimize the preceding 15 minutes of the conversation than anything I said in rebuttal asynchronously to what they said during the first 15 minutes. Because I just let them, like, I don't know, represent themselves here. And I don't think that it's going well.
They can knock out our oil supply. They can knock out our big cities all at once. If our communication systems go out, who thinks they're going to win? Like, you can't win if you've just been.
Did you know that the U.S. has something like 400 fake nuclear silos?
Good.
You know why?
Fakes to get sneak attack on the wrong spot.
Exactly.
Hopefully.
It's crazy. Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. Subscribe to this channel, and we will see you all there.
Yeah, it turns out that there were never any German tanks that actually reached London. I had never heard of that. I was like, I guess I'm not a military history buff. I had never heard of such a situation. Of course, I had heard of, like, you know, the bombing blitzkrieg of London and stuff like that. And of course, then the fire bombing of, like, Berlin and Dresden in response to it. Like, but I can't say that I'm an expert in World War II. Great ending, yeah. What a conversation. I feel really enlightened. Prairie Fire Neb says, Brandon, we are now all dumber for having listened to Tim for more than 10 minutes. I wanted to hear why he didn't support the war. I guess I'm still kind of confused about it. Well, I don't think I'm confused about it, but I think that he would say I don't have the right opinion about his opinion. You took psychic damage. I took spiritual damage. I took a step beyond psychic damage from that one. I took, like, true spiritual damage. You're going to feel even worse when we watch Russell Brand later. Oh, okay. Let's do this real quick. So everyone hates Trump because, you know, despite what Tim Pool is saying, telling people that you're going to stop, like, a evil maniacal country from getting, like, weapons of mass destruction, failing to stop them, and then also causing the price of everything to rise is actually not good for your approval rating. It's actually not good for your brand. People respond negatively to it because either they believe you and they've seen you fail and prices go up. They don't believe you and they've seen you failed and prices go up. But either way, they're not going to be happy. Like, it's not going to make people, like, happy with, like, your decision. So, at least not in the long term, but who can say, right? I can't tell you if I'm going to win money on this baseball game. So let's hear how the American people view Trump. Trump's net approval rating is negative in almost all U.S. states. This is kind of a follow-up story to that little bit of information we got earlier, but I wanted to dig into it. I want to hear about how bad he's doing in all of the states. Crazy stuff. Mason versus Tim. He should have brought the beanie, but they definitely patted him down. Do you think that they patted him down for the beanie? I bet that they did. They probably, like, patted him down. If I were Mason, I would have keistered it. I would have had a beanie on me. I don't care where I had to hide it. It would have been, like, straight up my asshole if I had to get it into, like, Mog Tim again. That's just the way I roll. I'll do anything for the bit.
So amid record low polling, and we're talking record low, a new projection shows President Trump's net approval rating is negative in 47 out of 50 states.
I think Tim would have legit crashed out if he pulled out a beanie from nowhere. Like, it would have been worth it.
Is negative in 47 out of 50 states. That is according to The Economist and YouGov. Trump's net approval is minus 26. Going state by state, the data shows widespread dissatisfaction with Trump, even in places that voted for him in 2024. Ahead of the midterms, Trump has a negative net approval rating in all of the states where there are competitive Senate races this year. In Georgia, Trump's net approval is negative 31. In North Carolina, it's negative 25. In Maine, Trump's net approval is negative 31. In Texas, it is negative 22. And in Michigan, Trump's net approval is negative 27. So, Jonathan Lemire, I'm curious. It almost feels like Trump and his administration is going in one direction, and the will of the American people, the needs of the American people, the needs of our alliances around the world, they're headed in a completely different direction. So it seems like he doesn't care about these numbers. Am I wrong?
Well, Mika, my expert analysis on that polling is it's real bad. None of this is working for the president right now. That's why we have Republicans, really worried about this November. Many privately concede the House all but gone. The Senate feels like a true toss-up when a year ago at this time we would have said Republicans were heavily favored to keep at least the upper chamber, despite, of course.
Masterful gambit, sir. Masterful gambit. And all to choke off China or whatever. Choke the Chinese chicken, as they say. They probably don't say that. That's probably like a racist term, but I just meant something like gross. Ben Weezy, thank you for the 12 months, 1 year of memberships over on Twitch. Oh, yes. And be sure to like and subscribe to the Stream In channel. Your boy needs it. Your boy needs all the attention I can get. Actually, I don't. But I think it's important for you to like and subscribe nonetheless. It makes me feel good.
History telling us that the president, his party tends to do poorly in midterms. But you're right, Mika, in ticking through some of the issues here. The tariffs have been unpopular, and now we're at a renewed trade war with Canada. The Iran war, deeply unpopular, never sold by the president to the American people. All it has done is send prices soaring, particularly at the gas pump. And they've settled into a plan of economic pressure. Maybe that will work. And we are seeing some disagreement in Tehran as to how they want to approach the conflict. But even if this does work, it's probably going to be a long time, too late to save Republicans, perhaps, for this midterms. And we're seeing, of course, as we'll get into it a little bit later, even the president's efforts to try to lower beef prices. A lot of Republicans pushing back, saying, none of this is working right now. And John Heilman, it seems like, to Mika's point, the president largely detached from a lot of this. To Heilman, this is someone who has, seems to be focused solely on legacy, whether that's presiding over a number of America 250 events, including the Formula One race over the weekend, John Heilman. And, of course, we seem to have lost John Heilman. We'll get him back in a moment. So we'll go to David French here instead. David French, if we have you.
Don't forget the ballroom, too. Also, he's obsessed with the ballroom. Zach Dillon, 26. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Can we get a merch drop? Like what? From me? I don't even know how I would do something like that. Like, do I have to get a company to make like t-shirts and stuff? I would have to look into something like that. Because, I want to make sure I'm not like using slave labor, or they're not like cloning Trump and like having him work in a factory as like a child in like mass or something like that. But yeah, eventually we can definitely get a merch drop. Next step is a new computer so that we can have a lot more options when it comes to, our interactions. Do it yourself. Hell no. I do everything else already myself. I don't have enough time for the stuff I have to do already.
We have
beanies. That'd be a good idea.
The president is focused on America 250 events. He's focused on things where he's trying to reshape physically Washington, D.C. And we saw the celebrations out of the White House because of the Supreme Court ruling at the end of last week that they could keep building the ballroom. And I even thought to myself, like, okay, that's the first, quote, good news headline that President Trump has received in a while. And yet, even that good news headline for him is not good for the American people. We see polling that this just reinforces the idea that the public is like, well, wait, he's out of touch. He only cares about what he cares about, not what actually impacts our lives.
Yeah, the ballroom is not a political victory for Donald Trump. Every day the ballroom is in the news is a bad day for Trump. This is not something the American people really want at all. You know, when you're running through that, the thing that just strikes me when you're running through all of the events that have occurred that are dragging down his approval rating, it strikes me how just intentionally self-inflicted all of this damage is. You know, he comes into office, he inherits a border that was the American people were ready for him to close. He inherits an improving economy, and he inherits a declining inflation rate. He inherits declining crime rates. He was set for really smooth sailing for the next year, the next 2 years. And then he has provoked trade wars. He has initiated an actual war in the Middle East. You're beginning to get a sense that the world itself is spiraling out of control. You have expanding conflicts in Europe. The conflicts in Europe and Iran are starting to merge in some ways. And then this trade, every new headline, it's a new self-inflicted wound. This trade war with Canada due to remarkable overreach in trade negotiations. It is sinking into the American people that this is self-inflicted. None of this is necessary. None of this is for them.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is, look at the last 2 weeks of columns from Peggy Noonan. Last week.
Yeah, but I mean, it's almost like he's a moron who doesn't care about anybody but himself. And that's just something that the American people are going to have to come to realize in mass and really ask themselves why and how they ever came to believe anything else, even though it's quite obvious that he's that way. Because what they want to pretend is like Trump is the world's best liar. I can't deny that Trump has a type of slimy charisma, like a used car salesman, but Trump is not the world's best liar. In reality, the American people came ready to buy his lines, hook, line, and sinker, due to the kinds of things that we value as a society, you know, holding the type of person Trump is in high regard, like a business guy, a celebrity, someone you recognize from television. And then you combine that with the binary option of like either a Democrat or Republican, and Trump just, you know, he has a lot more viability than any of his own personal qualities would otherwise confer on him. And that's been true about him his entire life, right? Being born rich and then no one ever arresting him for all of his crimes because of like, well, we don't arrest rich people for their crimes. But America just doesn't really want to have a, I think, conversation at the highest level about how America got tricked by Trump, because that's more of a question about like what American culture values and less of a question about like how actually sophisticated Trump is. Because I would never say he's not like sophisticated, but only in the sense that like any kind of grift relies on a kind of cultural legibility that requires people to be open to it. And we just have the kind of culture that is open to Trump's grifts.
She talked about how he was bored. That boredom is not a good trait for a president to have, that trouble comes. Trouble finds you when you're president of the United States. Here, Donald Trump goes out looking for trouble because he's bored. This week's column, she talks about, well, another thing that is going to, again, dragging these numbers down, the level
Nah, we're fine. We can stop listening to Morning Joe. Trump isn't bored. Trump is an egomaniac. He goes out looking for trouble because he was either paid to by somebody, in the case of like Iran, Miriam Adelson, and the Israeli weapons manufacturer lobby. And in the case of other things, it's other special interest groups. The things that he actually wants to do, you hear him talking about. They're the ballroom. They're like the tariffs, because the tariffs get people to suck up to him. And so whenever he's not getting his way in something that he's been kind of forced to do because it's what a special interest group wants, and he like has to take the flack for it, like he retreats to doing the things that he actually wants to do. That's what the renewed trade war is about with Canada too. It's about like getting Canadians to suck up to him. because the first trade war was successful. It may not have been successful in lowering the cost of goods for Americans. It may not have been successful in replacing the income tax. It may have not been successful in any of the ostensible goals that he set for himself or he set for the policy, but it was successful in getting like the European Union and Canada and all these other countries to suck up to him when it came to getting like better deals. And so it was successful at what he wanted it for, and that's all he cares about. His approval rating he cares about, but only in the sense that like he's a kind of narcissist who wants broad approval because he flourishes on it, but not so much that he doesn't want to get his way. And so mostly it's just about lying about it. Like I think that people just don't want to come to the conclusion that Trump never really cared about these things, and so when he's not interested in the war anymore because it's just like a net negative for his vibe, he just wants to talk about the ballroom. Like, and it sucks to have a president who maybe is not as demented as Joe Biden is, but is way more disinterested in the thing itself. He just does not care effectively what goes on, except for in how it impacts him. And so, like, that's just where we are with him. That's just where we are with him. It's such a shame. Who could have guessed it? Who could have imagined that Donald Trump would be like this? But let's actually hear from some voters, because MS Now is also doing their little state-by-state voter thing. I want to hear how voters feel about it. Resign. Iowa's residents' advice to Trump as she sees Trump signs disappear from red state. They're taking the signs down, folks. All of the Trump merchandise sellers are going out of business. Now they're selling Hakeem Jeffries merch.
Let's go now to the Iowa State Fair. We have MS Now reporter Alex Tabot, who's joining us from Des Moines. Oh, look at you. Yesterday it was a slide, and I accused you of being a 12-year-old at heart. I think you've gone down to maybe 10 years old. But let me ask you about this, Alex, because we heard from Jake about the economic and all the political turmoil, certainly at the White House. What are fairgoers telling you about their views of what's happening in Washington?
Alex, we're hearing expressions of economic frustration like we're hearing from voters all around the country. Frustration with gas prices, grocery prices, fertilizer prices, which are really important here in the state of Iowa. It's such a big agricultural community. And here at the State Fair, it's a major investment for people. People are driving hundreds of miles to get here. They need to stay in hotels once they are here. Things aren't free. This cotton candy costs $6. So
I'm not a producer for segments on television, but maybe getting on the world's oldest, loudest carousel is not the best location for a man on the street interview to start off with. It's just really loud, right? It's like, it's a own goal here because you don't need to be on this carousel.
Frustration is real. It's palpable on the ground here with how the economy is going. We talked to one nurse named Karen from Northwest Iowa. She hasn't voted in the last 3 presidential elections, but she told us about how her community is changing and how the support for President Trump in her community in Northwest Iowa is changing. Take a listen to what she had to say.
What would you tell President Trump right now?
Resign. That is what I would tell him. Used to be, no matter where you drove, they did it on the corn bales or the hay bales, everything. Trump, Trump, Trump. Every place you went, because we are Republican where we're from. You don't see any now.
Yeah.
Driving down here is a 3-hour drive for us, and I'll bet you in a course of time we probably saw 30 different signs stuck in the ground, out in the cornfield, whatever. You don't see any of them.
You burned them.
And Alex, I'll keep this quick because I'm starting to get dizzy, but we've also heard expressions of frustration about President's up and down tariff policy. And even President Trump's most ardent supporters will say that the tariffs aren't working yet. They're just hoping that they will work down the line. That's what we're hearing from voters here at the Iowa State Fair. Alex?
So interesting, though, the disappearance of the Trump signs. That's a very keen observation. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, very keen observation. I've been talking about this a while. I think it's probably been happening en masse for a really long time. They need to oil that beast. I don't think I've ever gotten dizzy on a carousel. It goes kind of slow, and it's a pretty wide, I think, circumference. So I don't really feel like it's too bad. Let's take some of your chats. How are you all doing? How are you all feeling? I hope he accidentally snorts the candy. I used to like cotton candy a lot. Back when I was younger and I had more of a sweet tooth, I don't like it as much anymore. Now that I'm more into savory snacks. He's all alone on that merry-go-round. You can't afford the merry-go-round anymore in Trump's America. They can't even afford to oil it. Merry-go-round oil comes through the Strait of Hormuz. So now, like, every drop of merry-go-round oil costs $18,000. It's okay, but there's always too much of it. I don't know. I feel like I could find better orientations of just pure sugar. Candy floss is what they call it in other places. I like cotton candy better. Brandon, do you think Russell Brand would trade God and his current family for a clean record? Probably, for sure. But we're going to find out later. Maybe. Ooh, let's do something a little bit upsetting. You'll say, Brandon, everything has been upsetting so far. I don't think that's exactly true, but I would understand if you felt that way. This is, well, you know what? Let's not do something upsetting first. Let's do something a little bit more, well, inspiring or hopeful, in the sense that it's in the category of nations and protesters taking a stance against, the ongoing genocide in Palestine by the Israeli government in lockstep with the United States, obviously. So this is out of the Netherlands. It's, there's a new ban on goods coming from the settlements, right? And so people are protesting outside of a distribution center where a lot of those goods come from.
We're not allowed to film inside, but on their website you'll find a whole collection of wines, perfumes, fruits the Israel Product Center here is selling. And in 1 month from now, anyone selling any of these products is risking a prison sentence up to 6 years.
I really love hearing that. That's going to make me sound punitive, but I'm going to go back and play that again, where she says anyone selling Israeli goods, especially wine, will go to jail for 6 years.
Perfumes, fruits the Israel Product Center here is selling. And in 1 month from now, anyone selling any of these products is risking a...
But again, just the settlements, obviously.
Product Center here is selling. And in 1 month from now, anyone selling any of these products is risking a prison sentence up to 6 years. Protesters gathered here at the Israel Product Center say this ban is necessary. They are reading the names of 72,000 Palestinians killed by Israel in Gaza and of Israelis killed during Hamas's attack on October 7, 2023.
We can hardly believe that people are still selling things, products that are made on taken land, so it's land that's being occupied by people who do not really have the right to do that.
The Israel Product Center is run by Christians for Israel, a Dutch evangelical organization that a recent study found has been donating millions of dollars to the illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank. The Netherlands is one of 4 EU countries imposing a ban on trade with illegal Israeli settlements. Spain already bans these products. Ireland and Belgium have adopted legislation for a trade ban, though the EU as a bloc has postponed the decision on its own measures to later this year. Trade from illegal settlements to the EU is estimated to be worth up to $400 million each year, though it's difficult to determine an exact amount, and rights groups accuse exporters of mislabeling some of those products as Israeli-made. A recent investigation done by Global Echo shows that within the EU, the Dutch market is the largest importer of goods from the illegal settlements, with about 30% destined for or passing through the Netherlands. Christians for Israel was not available to respond to Al Jazeera's request for comment. In an advisory opinion, the International Court of Justice stated in 2024 that the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territory is illegal and that states must refrain from trade that sustains it. Among the protesters, also Christians who traveled to Palestine and returned with a different view on the occupation.
And the apartheid,
I saw the oppression, the apartheid and the humiliation. We are so used to travelling the world, our children too, but for Palestinians it is very difficult to travel from one village to the other.
A court in The Hague will hear the case Christians for Israel has filed against the trade ban next week. Stap Vassen, Al Jazeera, Nijkerk.
Wow. I mean, W for getting rid of the Israeli settlement goods. But the fact that we're, having this kind of case is absolutely crazy. But of course, it's, an evangelical Christian group. I never buy anything Israeli, at least not knowingly. It's immoral. I mean, I think that's what they want to do. They want to obfuscate where things are coming from so you don't feel quite so bad about it. Although I can't imagine, being okay with, not buying stuff from the settlements, but being okay with buying stuff from Israel specifically. But I think that's probably a more contentious opinion for people. Brandon's been hiding that he's actually a bulk soda stream importer to the Netherlands. Yeah, exactly. It's all me, folks. I'm that 30% of importing from, the settlements. I can't buy a good if it's not made by, sociopaths. You can tell by my Twitter history and my YouTube recommendations. Thank you for calling Christians for Israel. You got to imagine that it's a very common group name around the world. Okay, now I'll just show you the thing that's going to upset you. Although I'm sure that kind of upset you too, because it did reference the ongoing genocide. But this is going to maybe upset you a little bit more directly. Oh, I didn't mean to open that whole thing up. But yeah, so there's a new report about the retribution that Boeing has been engaging in against whistleblowers of their, let's just say products. And I know you guys probably have, there's a new documentary, I should say. I know you guys probably have your own ideas about the type of retribution they've been engaging in against their whistleblowers. Yeah. Bro, don't get me in trouble. I don't need that heat. I don't need a trip to the suicide machine.
A new documentary on the corporate culture at aviation giant Boeing, following evidence of outsourcing to cut costs, safety concerns among employees, all of which Boeing denies, and the death of whistleblower John Barnett. Emmy-winning filmmaker Rory Kennedy looks into manufacturing quality questions at the Charleston production facility of Boeing's 787 Dreamliners after two catastrophic crashes grounded 737 MAX planes worldwide for almost 2 years. Joining me now is the director and producer of the new Netflix documentary Freefall, A Reckoning for Boeing, my friend Rory Kennedy. Rory, I'm so glad you're here, and I have to admit to viewers that I saw this, and it is an extraordinary documentary. But it is a sequel to your 2021 documentary, Downfall, The Case Against Boeing. Why come back to this story? What happened after Downfall aired?
Thanks for having me, Alex. It's great to be here with you. With Downfall, we really focused on the story of the 737 MAX crashes, these two planes that crashed within 5 months of each other, both Boeing aircraft that killed 346 people. Boeing, in the aftermath of that, assured all of us, members of Congress, the flying public, that they had changed their ways, that they had learned their lesson. But I was watching the news reports like so many others, and that you reported on yourself, of cockpits filling with smoke, engines falling off of airplanes, incident after incident. And then the Alaska Air door plug incident happened. And around that same time, as you mentioned at the beginning of the show, my friend John Barnett, who was a whistleblower, he was in the middle of a deposition with Boeing, died under very suspicious circumstances. And it was really at that point that I felt like I had to go back to this story and really figure out what's going on inside of Boeing.
Mm-hmm. We're going to put up Boeing's response to your film for our viewers, which you show at the end of your film, too. Do you hope or expect Freefall will bring changes at Boeing? Are you aware of any change in the corporate culture or any fixes to the problems that this film has exposed?
Oh, I'll read the Boeing response to the documentary. I thought they were going to read it, but it's, what you'd expect. The allegations in this film have been widely reported over the years. Some remain unfounded claims to this day, while others are issues that Boeing thoroughly addressed or continues to improve on, which we can't say. Maybe that's what the ellipses are covering up. Under the leadership of our new CEO and with feedback from our employees, the ones who are still alive, we've introduced new values and behaviors that are strengthening our culture.
There's some of the complaints that the whistleblowers have had have been somewhat addressed, but I'm continuing to hear stories from whistleblowers who are coming to me, in large part because of John's death. They were scared to come forward, but because they want to continue his legacy and what he committed his life to, they're continuing to come forward. And the issue is it's not just from one plant. It's not just Charleston. It's not just Seattle. It's across many plants, which is why this film is really asking the question, what's going on with Boeing? And is Boeing itself in freefall?
Well, in fact, you talk about the whistleblowers. There were a lot who decided it was important to come and tell you what they had observed at Boeing and the potentially catastrophic effect of subpar plane construction. Let's listen to some of what they said. It's from the film. Here we go. Look, they said it. The stakes are critical for Boeing because lives are at risk. So explain what you found, which that employee described as Boeing attacking the symptoms, not the disease, and what concerns you most about it.
Yeah. Well, this is a good point, which is that Boeing's not making dishwashers, right? They're making the airplanes that we're flying that are going up at 30,000 feet. There are many, many complaints that are documented across the film. So I encourage folks to watch it. But one of the complaints that John Barnett had was about the oxygen mask not working on the planes. And he was ostracized for raising that concern. They went on to do a more formal study on how many oxygen masks weren't working. They found 25% of oxygen masks didn't work. Boeing, ultimately responded, but then we see in the Alaska Air incident where the oxygen masks fall and people start using them and they don't work, right? Yeah. So, what these whistleblowers are saying is that here are concerns. These bolts aren't being put into the airplane correctly. People are using sledgehammers to make, joints fit in that they shouldn't be doing. And the problems are going to happen downstream. And so that's the concern and the reason that this film is looking at the systematic failure of Boeing is it really has to get to the heart of that in order for these fixes to happen.
It is a heavy lift of a film. It is extraordinarily written and shot, and we come away with a lot of questions. But Rory Kennedy, I want to thank you for answering mine today.
Yikes. Yikes, folks. What else can you say? What else can you say? The board and its shareholders. We got to put some CEOs in jail. You see how China put that CEO of Evergrande in jail? Midterm fears spark bipartisan backlash against AI data centers. I can't wait to see the shills in both parties who are like, people don't want to be poisoned for this, CSAM bot. Crazy. Americans hate competitiveness with China. It's like if China wants to poison their own citizens with these AI data centers, I'm not going to say that we should invade them over that. No offense, but it just is what it is. Like that's just not my politics. So, ni hao, exactly. Ni hao, Kailan. That's why I'm not a prison abolitionist. I don't think that you have to have prison abolition be incompatible with jailing CEOs. I think that's like a kind of cartoonish definition of prison abolition where we have no law enforcement or segregation from people from society after like a type of crime that you just, can't come back for. You know what I mean? Like, no, well, with a joke, never mind. Ni howdy. Yeah, Texas is basically owned by China now. Like even in society where we have like reimagined our law enforcement and our, like, I guess, criminal justice system to be more rehabilitative, there will still be people who are just beyond rehabilitation. That's just the reality of like standard deviation, and we just have to have like a solution for that. Like it won't look like jails like we have them now, but there is just the reality of like it needing to be possible to segregate certain types of people from like the population at large because they are just like socially deleterious in a way that we can't have. And some of that will just be due to some kind of dysfunction. You can't lie about the fact that some people are just like dysfunctional in ways that are like tend towards being antisocial. Criminal is a different term, right? Like obviously like criminal is a social construct, but antisocial is, while also a social construct, but one that more acutely accounts for people's like behavior over like the criminal justice system. And so like that's just true. And then there'll also be like billionaires, right? It's just we don't need to torture people. We don't need to like torture people in prison under the guise of rehabilitation in the private prison industry. But yeah, there will be just people who have like various dysfunctions who can't be integrated or reintegrated into society for one reason or another. We'll just be better able to also like disaggregate those people from the people who are just committing crimes due to either their direct material conditions not being met or due to sort of like antisocial coping mechanism that they have developed due to like either their or like communities that they belong to not having their material conditions or like social conditions being met for like years and years. But yeah, I mean, I'm not like naive about that. Some people just have like literal like mental dysfunctions, obviously. We don't need to stigmatize them, but that like they exist, right? And part of not stigmatizing them is not lying about their existence or saying that they have to be tortured. You don't need to torture. Like prison abolition is, I think, like people talk about the branding. I'm just against that argument being coddled in general. I don't think that you can coddle the belief that like you should always be talking in all settings as though you're speaking to the least flattering audience, because that flatters a lot of people's entitlement complex. But, people just don't understand that like prison doesn't need to be synonymous with like law enforcement or criminal justice. So that's where a lot of that particular misunderstanding comes from. And obviously there are like radical like prison abolitionists, but I don't, there's like, it's a broad spectrum of beliefs like anything else. Deleterious will come in handy in my legal writing classes. I don't know why I trend towards that word. I'm going to start using obliterate more. They aren't anywhere near power, however. Oh yeah, of course not. That's always like the canard too. Like, oh yeah, like isn't it just as bad that we have this private prison CEO who's in charge of this particular branch of the government as this NYU like social justice club once used the word prison abolition in some of their pamphlets on campus, right? It's just this was a very common tactic when it came to like ginning up fear of feminism too. Like just pointing to like the women and gender studies department of like a small liberal arts college and blowing that out of proportion. Like, oh, isn't it so bad that Vassar has as part of their WIGS 200 level courses, kind of elective that is quote unquote men are bad, radical feminist writing about misandry. And like, of course a lot of those content creators would like blow up the importance of that because they know people are irrational about things like that. But it is what it is. Iran obliterated America's military reputation. No, America obliterated America's military reputation on Iran. It crashed against the stony cliffs of the Strait of Hormuz and obliterated its own military might, the specter of its own military might. Can't abolish slavery, they'll kill us. One time I was talking about prison abolition online and someone was like quibbling about the language. And, I think this particular exchange proves my point. And their point was like, well, you can't, if you use the word prison abolition, people will have certain connotations because like they think of like the abolition of slavery. And my response was that most people don't know anything about that either, right? They just think that they do. And so like, you're not really, I think, proving that, it's based in some sort of big, just misunderstanding. Like most people don't know anything about slavery or the abolition of slavery either. They just think that they do. And so it's like misunderstanding on top of misunderstanding. Like to grant that they know anything about like the abolition of slavery in America would be like to be too generous. They didn't even know about Juneteenth until like it was made a national holiday and it was in like the Watchmen, that Watchmen series on HBO. Right. So like, no, they don't know anything about slavery. Oh, they don't know anything about the abolition of slavery. They don't really know anything about the Holocaust. Usually they don't know anything. They don't know anything about 9/11 or anything that they have like big cultural, big cultural hangups about. All right. Oof. You guys want to get to the most upsetting part of our week? Or do you want to do something else? Oh, shit. Should we do this story about Trump Mobile? We never actually covered that. I was going to turn over to the Russell Brand stuff, but since there's a Trump Mobile segment right in front of me, I'm kind of tempted by this. So maybe we'll just use this BBC News video about Trump Mobile as a kind of like, I don't know, rhetorical bridge into covering our favorite British man, Russell Brand.
So this guy's still waiting for his Trump phone.
He's going to be waiting a long time for that Trump phone. So I don't know much about the Trump phone specifics other than it's another one of those Trump scams that people fell for. I guess this is going to get into it. Did people ever get their Trump Mobile? Do you think Trump did the Trump phones because he believed that the Obama phones was a thing? Because I don't know if you remember the Obama phone conspiracies that were going around, that like Obama was giving all poor people and immigrants like free government funded like cell phone plans, essentially, because at some point there was like, as part of some government assistance program, some people given phones, which they still do in places. I mean, that's just part of a lot of those like Section 8 and WIC style programs. Like, well, you kind of need a cell phone to live in our modern society, but they really blew it up into like a big conspiracy. It was like the auto pin conspiracy of the day. And so do you think it's kind of rooted in his nostalgia for that one, like the Obama phones? Obama phone, doot.
So this guy's still waiting for his Trump phones.
Hey, Trump supporter here. This goes out to Don Jr. and Eric. Where the f my phones?
More than a year after pre-ordering from the Trump mobile company launched by the president's sons, his phones haven't arrived. And the phones that have been released, they look very different to the ones that were advertised a year ago. I've been tracking how Trump Mobile's claims and promotion around the phone's design, specs, manufacture and delivery date have changed over and over again. A phone that is named after Trump, but it's not being sold by the president or the Trump organization. The company has a license to use his name, but the president's made no income from that license. So let's start all of this off on the 16th of June last year when Trump...
Well, I mean, certainly you only mean like technically, and I'm sure he's going to get into that, but I'm sure he only means like technically made no money off this. Yeah, that's ugly as hell. This phone is really ugly. Even the version that they were supposed to get is ugly. Could you imagine trusting Beavis and Butthead Trump, aka Eric and Don Jr., to get you a phone?
So let's start all of this off on the 16th of June last year when Trump Mobile was launched.
When my father announced his candidacy for president, he transformed American politics forever. Now Eric and I are changing the cell phone industry with Trump.
Damn, he's looking dark too. They get blacker every time I see them. One day we're going to be watching a clip of this family, specifically him and his dad, and they are going to just be darker than I am. And then I'm going to be accused of racism for going hard against Don Trump and Don Trump Jr.
transformed American politics forever. Now Eric and I are changing the cell phone industry with Trump Mobile.
Alongside an all-American mobile phone service, a Trump Mobile statement also announced a T1 phone to be released in August 2025. It would be a sleek gold smartphone, proudly designed and built in the United States. That day, this man, Stephen Reed Jr., a software developer in Delaware, says he got a call from his father, Stephen Reed Sr., an oil worker and Trump supporter. And you saw his video earlier on.
This goes out to Don Jr. and Eric.
So he calls me. He's like, they're coming out with these Trump phones. It was a spur of the moment. Like, literally, I didn't know about them one day. And then the next day, I'm buying 4. You know what I mean? Like, because he called me and he was so adamant. And so when I looked at it, I was like, all right, cool. I was like, let's buy one. He was like, no, we got to buy more than one.
So they went here to the Trump Mobile website. The site's been changed now, but we saved an archive.
We have to buy more than one. This is just like Fire Fest for people who drive Ford F-150s, right?
So they went here to the Trump Mobile website. The site's been changed now, but we saved an archive of it at the time.
They wanted to scalp
It
her.
said, our made in the USA T1 phone is available for pre-order now. In the end, the Reeds say they...
Yeah, they definitely just wanted to scalp them. They wanted to just be like scalpers on eBay, buy up a bunch and then flip them. But that's the game, right? You think you're going to be the one like turning a profit and you end up eating a lot of losses.
Been changed now, but we saved an archive of it at the time, and it said, our made in the USA T1 phone is available for pre-order now. In the end, the Reeds say they pre-ordered 4 phones, paying $400 in deposits. The website said the phones would now be available in September 2025. We don't know for sure how many others pre-ordered the phones. We've asked Trump Mobile, but haven't heard back. Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren says it's nearly 600,000. So that would be almost $60 million in deposits. We've not...
That is disgusting. Nearly 600,000? No way. People are still falling for Trump scams in 2025 in the year of our Lord. I gotta imagine that's a lot of people trying to pump and dump. I think that's like the crypto thing too. Like everyone thinks they can get in on the Trump grift. I think that that's significantly inflated by people who were like, no, I'm going to buy like 4 or 5 of these, turn a quick profit off these hogs. But yeah, that's a crazy, crazy amount of money.
Being able to verify her figure. We asked Senator Warren's office for the source, but we didn't receive a response. As well as using the Trump name to appeal to customers, the company was tapping into the president's promise to bring manufacturing jobs back to America. But right from the get-go, industry experts were skeptical that it would even be possible for Trump Mobile to build a smartphone in the US.
What did you think when you first heard this claim that it was going to be entirely made in the US?
When I first heard that a Trump phone would be sold and made entirely in the US, I was taken aback. I was like, how are they going to do this? Basically, your phone, your laptop, your tech, it's made from parts and resources and minerals that come from every part of the globe. And then you have to have someone really skilled and affordable to put all that together and then ship it to you.
Within 10 days of the Trump Mobile website going live, the information on it started to change. Instead of saying the T1 phone would be made in the USA, the website now said it would have an American proud design, with American hands behind every device. The delivery dates had changed too. Instead of August or September, it would now be released later in 2025. Jump forward 2 months and Trump Mobile posted this on social media and subsequently deleted it. This is a version archived at the time. The wait is almost over, with another promotional picture of the T1 phone. But you've probably noticed that this phone isn't the same as the one previously featured on the Trump Mobile website. So 2 months after Trump Mobile's launch, key details on the website, delivery date and phone design have all changed. I asked Trump Mobile multiple times why that happened, but I didn't hear back from them. By January of 2026, over half a year since the pre-orders opened, Stephen Jr. was starting to lose hope.
I felt, especially as time went on, that there was just absolutely no chance that these phones were going to end up in my hands.
Even his dad, Trump supporter Stephen Sr., was fed up and asked Stephen Jr. to post these videos on TikTok, all addressed towards the Trump Mobile company. We've bleeped out a few bad words.
Give me my Trump phone or give me my money back.
We're going on a year now.
It's still no phone.
That was when I started to have the conversation with him, like, dude, does this make you feel different about Trump? And it was immediately, no, it's not Trump's fault. It's his kid's fault.
We asked the White House whether President Trump has had any involvement in Trump Mobile, but they told us to speak to the Trump Organization, which is run by the president's sons, Donald Jr. and Eric, but we didn't hear back from them. At the bottom of the Trump Mobile website, though, it says Trump Mobile's products aren't designed, developed, manufactured, distributed, or sold by the Trump Organization. Although, as we've seen, the president's sons promoted it when the phone was launched. And it also says down here that a private company called T1 Mobile uses the Trump name and trademarks under a limited license agreement. And in President Trump's financial disclosure, which he's required to publish as president, the entry about that agreement shows no income in 2025. Okay, now back to the phones, because by April 2026, we've got more pictures of what the T1 phone might look like. And for the third time, a new illustrative design. Shaped by American innovation, the website said, with American teams helping.
This is like the different tiers of movies that are based on true events. You know what I mean? Where like sometimes you'll have a movie that's just straight up one-for-one retelling of real life events, and then you'll get the like based on true events or inspired by true events or things like that. This is like, yeah, inspired by true events. This is like made in China, but the Chinese factory has an American flag in it, or like the Chinese workers whisper the Constitution to the phone as they put it together.
Guide, design, and quality. That's quite different from the initial promotion.
It's going to be made in the same factory that they make those off-brand Temu available like Elf bars that kids in America are addicted to. Probably also kids in the UK are addicted to.
Of made in the USA. And new terms were added to the Trump Mobile website too. It now says the deposits only provide a conditional opportunity if Trump Mobile decides to offer the phone for sale. The deposit does not lock in pricing, even though the banner at the top of the same webpage says, lock in your T1 phone promotional pricing now at $499. The terms say the phone's appearance, performance, specifications, features, network compatibilities, and shipping dates, none of them are guaranteed either. In fact, the terms say Trump Mobile does not guarantee that a device will be produced at all, but deposits would then be refunded. Fast forward again to the 13th of May, and we get this post. The T1 phone has arrived, and it's shipping this week, along with another new promotional video. Now, to be clear, the Trump phone is real, and in the last few months, it's been sent to some media outlets and content creators.
I understand wanting to have something made in the USA, but when I look at the Trump phone, beyond the American flag that's on the phone, this does not seem like it was made in the USA. The amount of tech inside all phones, Apple, Google, Samsung, whatever brand you want to name, it comes from all over the world.
Now, we have seen a few social media posts that appear to be from regular customers who say they've got their phones too, but the Reeds aren't among them. When I first started speaking to Stephen Jr., we planned to do an unboxing together of his new T1 phones when they came, and he told me they did get an order processing email at the start of June. But Stephen Jr. thinks the final product won't be what they thought they were buying.
What made you think that you could realistically...
Yeah, it's like pea yellow. I think it's really appropriate for people who actually pre-ordered a Trump phone and expected something nice. I think that the fact that it's like urine yellow is exactly what they deserve.
Make them in America, but also meet the demand of, you know, that
it's a golden
that
shower,
time frame, that window that you set out from when you announced them to when you said they were going to ship. What made you think, or did you even think that that was even going to be feasible, right? Like, or did you just say, screw it, you know, we'll play it by ear?
We asked Trump Mobile if they have anything to say to customers like the Reeds, but we haven't heard back from them.
I hope everyone enjoys their phones. Gosh, I really need to get my chapstick from downstairs, but I don't think I need it before the end of the show. We can power through. I'm also out of all of the liquids I had near me. I'm out of the water. I'm out of the sugar-free Apple edition of Red Bull. I'm out of this like Chocomel protein drink. I'm going to be forced to Bear Grylls it, especially after that Trump phone ad. Pawn's Gambit 78. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I heard they're going to be shipping refurbished Obama phones. It wouldn't surprise me. Do you think we'll find out where the phones were made before we find out where like the beef is coming from? The beef is coming from, the boof is coming from. Probably not. Probably not. Get your shit. I'm not going to get it. If I get up, people will leave. I know they will. They're already going to leave because of what I'm going to show them. But if I got up, people would leave. Horse meat? No, they're going to slaughter all those horses because they've been like injecting horse blood into Trump. That's his newest thing. He thinks that if he gets like these horse blood transfusions, then like he'll live forever. That's why he's been acting incredibly volatile recently. They've been giving him a ton of Bronco blood. Obama phones weren't friggin' iPhones. Brand maxing. Oh, yeah. You know it's time for our weekly edition of Catching Up with the Brands, or as I like to call their show in my head, Not Guilty with Russell Brand. Because that's what it feels like I'm watching. Like, Not Guilty with Russell Brand. He wants to be found not guilty by way of Christianity. But I'm going to tell you, that's not a thing anymore. It's definitely not a thing in the UK, right? Maybe that's the kind of thing that if you're wanted for corruption in the United States, you can reference, but it's not really, not really a popular tactic in the UK. But yeah, let's see what they're up to this week. I will say, I thought about showing you the new Pearl video. It's not a whiteboard video, although the whiteboard is in frame, but the title was so funny. It took my breath away. It was literally something like why men should leave their children more. And it was so, I was like, I gotta at least tell you about this one. Hold on, let me wipe my eyes. I don't want to start crying before we even start the episode. Jesus. What could this week be about? Pearl is a demon. She's my favorite now. She's so funny. Mr. Highway's thinking about the end. Thank you for the A20. A24 would have been better, but that's just because I'm a fan of the production company. No, I shouldn't say that. That's rude. I'm appreciative of your $20 Australian super chat. Thank you for the $20 Australian super chat. It didn't come with a message. No, we have to do Russell Brand. People think that like I want to watch Russell Brand, but in reality, I am begged to watch Russell Brand by people who are telling me that I am the one who they turn to for their updates on things like this. And so, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Turn people down? I cannot disappoint the audience. Oh gosh, no. Jesus. Oh, this one is also live streamed. I think I'm not going to give you my normal spiel about this. You've heard this before, but what you haven't heard before is that he's actually lost even more subscribers. He's down another 10,000 subscribers since the last time we watched. He's no longer the mark of the beast. I know, right? No one asked for this. I disagree. People ask for this all the time. If I did not watch this content, see, with the people who leave me mean messages that say things like, I think you're stalking Russell Brand by watching his content, or this is just normal British crack, or my son talks to his wife like this, or how can you be a misogynist if you're taking care of a woman? What they don't realize is that they're vastly outweighed by the people who, if I did not watch this, would be leaving me messages like, when we're going to watch Sunday Service, Brandon? When we're going to watch it? When we're going to watch it? And so, like, it really is just a matter of, like, imbalance here. But I don't feel the need to give you my spiel. I think this one is probably going to be good. I'm going to go into this one optimistic. I'm going to go into this one with a different mindset because I want to get the most out of it. This one is entitled Light in the Darkness. I wonder if that's a thinly veiled reference to things that might be happening this fall. And I don't mean the premiere.
San Pellegrino.
Oh, have you already finished? It's recording, so...
Yeah, but I just need a San Pellegrino.
No, give me a second. I don't want you to feel like I'm doing this to you on purpose. I don't want to see their chat. I want to see my chat. Gosh, are they playing music? I'm going to play it without the sound so I can hear if they're playing like copyrighted music. I will say she already told him that she didn't like him playing that music last week because it made her really anxious and paranoid. So I just find it a little strange that he's playing it again this week. It's Bowie. Yeah, it's Bowie. He's trying to take Bowie valor. You guys like Bowie, right? So loud. Okay. I'm vibing. I love Bowie. I don't like this, but I love Bowie. So I'm in a good mood now. Yeah, she's not happy. She's sighing about this. Ooh. That's my look too. We're starting out great. I'm going to tell you though, some people don't see it. I don't know how you could possibly not see it. I just feel like when people like leave me comments like I don't see what you're talking about, I just go to myself like I feel bad for the people in your life that you don't, because it's not subtle at all.
Hello.
And welcome to
the Sunday service with the brands.
Shall we begin with a prayer?
Yeah, let's begin with a prayer.
You have that restful prayer, don't you?
I do actually.
Oh yeah, let's get a pre-approved
I'm gonna start with this prayer. It's I've been thinking a lot about leading from it's homeschooling and rest and communication within marriage, and I wanted to read today this St. Thomas Aquinas prayer before study, but I really do think it applies to any sort of form of communing and learning, listening, and communicating. And
okay, do you think this is going to be like super, super pregnant with subtext? Do you think this is going to be like super pregnant with subtext? Yeah, he's texting. He's not listening. You want the subtitles? I feel like they don't show up that big. I don't know how I can change that. Let's see. Can I change their size? It doesn't seem like I can. They're kind of small. Can you see that? Is that worth it for you? Do you know how I can make them bigger? Annotations. What could that possibly have? You'll just have to imagine what they're saying. He's playing Wordle. I've never really tried that except for one time.
And learning, listening, and communicating. And I'm going to read it now.
I'm listening.
I wasn't saying you weren't.
I am communicating.
I'm saying this prayer applies. It's not just a prayer. I don't believe it's just a prayer that applies it for study as such. Creator of all things, true source of light and wisdom, lofty origin of all being, graciously let a ray of your brilliance penetrate into the darkness of my understanding and take from me the double darkness in which I have been born, an obscurity of both sin and ignorance. Give me a sharp sense of understanding, a retentive memory, and the ability to grasp things correctly and fundamentally. Grant me the talent of being exact in my explanations and the ability to express myself with thoroughness and charm. Point out the beginning, direct the progress, and help in completion. Through Christ our Lord. Amen.
You can't go wrong starting with Aquinas.
Yeah, I think that has nothing to do with the situation that they're actually in their relationship. That was probably, homeschooling and all that other stuff. Yeah, that's what it's really about. He's playing Balatro. Okay, well, I can't deny that Balatro is fun. Maybe he's playing Slay the Spire too.
Our Lord. Amen.
You can't go wrong starting with Aquinas.
Could you tell me a little about him?
Yeah, here's the basics, because
Yeah.
I realise even though I sort of think I know something about, I realise I know nothing.
Because I actually thought, Russell will talk about Thomas Aquinas. I don't know much.
Well, here he will.
Good.
Aquinas, 1225 to 1274. Not the time of day, the early medieval period. Arguably the great system builder of Catholic Christianity, he tries to show how reason, nature, philosophy, scripture, and revelation all belong to one coherent reality. His central idea: grace does not destroy nature, it perfects it. For Aquinas, creation is genuinely good. Matter isn't something the soul needs to escape. Human reason isn't the enemy of faith. God creates nature, and grace brings...
He's just like reading this. It's like AI Christian slop. Like, I saw him scroll up on his phone a few seconds ago. Like, he's just like reading this off his screen right here. It's all grok. It's Christ grok.
Nature to the fulfillment for which it was ultimately intended. That connects directly to what you were asking, Russell, and with ChatGPT's back referencing our previous chats. Don't spill the beans about incarnation, matter, life, and telos. Everything has a telos. Everything tends towards end of fulfillment. Acorn, oak, eye, seeing, intellect, truth, will, good. Human being, ultimately God. Wow. Our problem is not fundamentally that we desire too much, it's that our desire becomes disordered. We treat lesser goods as ultimate goods. Well, I mean, it's actually got quite a lot to say about Aquinas as ChatGPT, even though I asked it for the rudimentary basics.
Well, what's the basic of what saint is? What's he the saint of?
He's not a saint in that type of way.
Oh,
like,
okay.
he's not like a patron saint. He was a real person, as of course all the saints were, but he's like a sort of more of a historical figure who leaves behind a lot of writing and a lot of theology and a lot of philosophy, and he's just like a significant father of the church. And these ideas about telos and purpose and cause and causality is like that. He said it kind of, if you found an object falling, you would assume that that object has been dropped and that some force is pulling it towards something. This is the principle of telos and purpose, causality. Here, I guess, is tackling some kind of ideas of atheism and nihilism even before I thought such things were populated, given that he's a 13th century.
It's a little sad to be like in a 2-person cult, but like the leader, and I'm not saying that's what's happening here, I'm just saying, but like, could you imagine being in like a 2-person cult and the leader is getting all of their spirituality from ChatGPT now? I guess that's what a lot of people find themselves engaging in nowadays. I just want to point that out. Like, going to somebody for spiritual leadership and then having them just kind of like grok it.
Monk and academic.
Love that show.
From the sounds of things. I mean, so why do you want to talk about Aquinas, just because of in the context of that prayer?
In the context of that prayer, because I read something in this book that my friend Nikki gave me, Teaching from Rest, which is by Sarah Mackenzie, A Homeschooler's Guide to Unshakable Peace. And it's quite a small book, and I'm already just absolutely loving it so much. It's funny because my friend I've borrowed the book and she's actually highlighted stuff. And when someone else when you've borrowed a book, it's very personal, I think, when you see someone's highlighted bits.
No, I think it's hard when a book's already highlighted, because I give undue attention to the other person's highlight. But what if that person was a psychopath?
Well, I don't know. I also think I think you would know pretty quickly, because you would find I'm drawn to the things.
That made me really uncomfortable, considering all of the like notations he puts in his own books. I'm sorry, he just says things like that sometimes, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ. It's like the world's least subtle foreshadowing. It's just like, oh man, we gotta watch it. We gotta watch it though. Yikes.
Because I give undue attention to the other person's highlight. But what if that person was a psychopath?
Well, I don't know. I also think, I think you would know pretty quickly because you would find I'm drawn to the things. I'm drawn to the things that she's highlighted, but I don't know if that's because
they're
of a bias.
highlighted.
Gosh, I just I just couldn't get over how much it sounded like she was going to say I'm drawn to psychopaths, right? She just couldn't get it out there for a second. I'm drawn to it's so harsh.
I also think I think you would know pretty quickly because you would find I'm drawn to the things. I'm drawn to the things that she's highlighted, but I don't know if that's because
they're
of a bias.
highlighted.
No, because I think, how could, I'll give you an example. Whatever that intrusion into your grand plan for the day is, it's also an opportunity to enter into rest, C.S. Lewis once observed, right? Because one of the big problems I have in the day is if things aren't... Control, yeah. So if things don't...
You're a control freak.
I do have control freak tendencies. I'm really trying not to be a control freak. And how I've done that is instead of putting the blocks of time into time slots, I've done it as a checklist. And really what it is if you don't achieve, say, geography on one day, you simply know that you have to do it the next day. Now, if in my control freak ways, and I can see that it creates a great deal of anxiety for me, is trying to keep into time.
Do you think she's a control freak, though? I don't know. Like, he says it and she says it. And you'll have to forgive me for engaging in a little bit of, like, relationship therapy. But that's also the kind of thing that a guy might gaslight. And I'm not saying that's what happens here. But it's also the kind of thing that a partner might gaslight their partner into believing. Because I don't even want to gender it. Because, like, this can happen in same-sex relationships. It can happen in reverse. But, I'll just abstract it for the moment. The kind of thing that somebody could be convinced about themselves by their partner to the point where they repeat it, when in reality, they're just looking for some kind of stability, a little bit of like, not total control, but like any kind of control in their life. Because it just seems hard for me to believe that she's a control freak, because they just came back from Southeast Asia. Like, she allowed him to go all the way to London for that trip that, he's jetting around the world. They're like uprooting themselves. Like, it just doesn't seem like the kind of thing that a control freak would actually allow. And so the only thing that I could really imagine being the source of this is that, like, she plans things, they don't follow them, and like he wants to do things spontaneously, and she gets upset because she put in the the work of planning it, and he's not really meeting her halfway, and like then he just gaslights her into going like, oh, you're such a control freak just because like you plan to put the kids to bed by this time and I'm giving them candy. Like, that's the kind of thing I imagine happening in a circumstance like this. But for all I know, maybe she's really a control freak. I just haven't seen anything personally that would make me think that, other than the time she said, well, I didn't want us to do a live recording of our Christian New Age podcast in a busy airport while our 3 under 10 kids were all just like flitting about with no supervision. So like, I guess that's the type of control she exerted, but I would just call that like good parenting.
For me, is trying to keep into time blocks and time frames. I do not know how teachers do it in school environments.
Like also remember, not to interrupt again, but he called her a control freak. We watched an episode where he said that he had to storm out of the room because his little kids weren't praying good enough, because it made him really, really upset. Like, so I don't know, like, isn't that more control freak behavior? We've never heard a similar story about her behavior. Like, I'm not making it up. You'll recall, like, he had to storm out of the room because, like, he didn't want to be around his misbehaving, praying kids.
Time blocks and time frames. I do not know how teachers do it in school environments, but what you've got to probably appreciate is when you've got 20 children, I imagine the toll it takes on these teachers. That's what I will say. But Anyway, and what the battle I face daily is the sort of anxiety-driven nature of a school day or any day where I think I've got the idea of how I want it to go. And so I guess, it says here just a little thing from the letters of C.S. Lewis, not Screwtape letters, from the letters of C.S. Lewis. The great thing, if one can, is to stop regarding all the unpleasant things as interruptions of one's own or real life. The truth is, of course, that what one calls the interruptions are precisely one's real life. The life God is sending one day by day. What one calls one's real life is a phantom of one's own imagination. And then it just says here, I've starred this and Nikki has highlighted, we can't really rest in God's care until we trust that he will indeed care for us. And I like that too. And this seems like, well, we're just talking about rest. And when's the bit about schooling? Well, it goes on to say that every day you should be starting your homeschooling with a specific prayer. And it suggests the Thomas Aquinas prayer before study, because what you're praying for is all the things that are in this, you're praying for the understanding and memory and grasping things and being thoroughness. And what at the end it says.
Do you think he helps with the homeschooling? Because he's home too, right? I guess he does his little streams, right? I do my little streams too. But I have to imagine that he actually pays somebody to do the editing. Or would you think he would say he doesn't have the patience to help in the homeschooling because he would get too frustrated? But he's not a control freak, though. He just doesn't want to be involved. I think he has actually said that in the past, more or less verbatim in one of these episodes, but I think it's still a little rude to be like, my wife is a control freak. She's responsible for actively educating our 3 kids outside of school. And she wants the day to go well and structured. I think school should be structured. I think structure in some ways is good for kids' development. I think a lot of early childhood development specialists would agree. And so I don't think that being anxious about not being able to deliver that to your child is being a control freak. It can definitely, if it's not tamped down on, and especially if you're not open to sending your kid to school, lead to a lot of negative outcomes, both for you and your kid for sure. But I would just say that this is probably one of those reasons why, if you're not going to send your kid to school, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be their personal educator. You might even just have to hire a private tutor who maybe fits your Christian mold, but is also just of the temperament where they can actually teach the kids, right? Because some of this is I want them to have a Christian education. And then some of this is also just egomaniacal. I don't know how much he's involved in this, in the sense where it's well, that Christian education also has to be given by me. But I think that if you're reading a book that is called Teaching from Eternal Peace, it just seems like your temperament for this kind of stuff, neither of the parents' temperament for this kind of stuff is right for the homeschooling or schooling in general.
Point out the beginning, direct the progress, and help in completion through Christ our Lord. And I suppose that you do need to pray before it. Otherwise, you can just be pulled off center very easily by the children, by anything really, by just a change in the wind.
The paradox there of the prayer is establishing intention.
Yes.
We are doing this for this reason.
Exactly. That's exactly
for this
right.
Purpose. Secondly, you don't know what God's going to do.
Yeah.
God might have it that there's a knock on the door and all of a sudden we're in this reality.
Yeah.
And the tension between those two things is where we must live and where we're being taken. And as what we discussed at some length last night in prayer and intense marital discussion was, where are we being taken now? And in a way, this is a charge I want to bring to anyone that's watching this, because this, I think, is where the rubber meets the road, is we're not doing life or doing Christ that we may better absolve ourselves of the problems of this world and better enjoy the futile and ashen fruits of this synthetic secular culture. No, we recognize that we are cast out of it. that we don't want to participate in it. The world is dead to us. If you're a follower of Christ, you're simultaneously a renegade in a holy war. It's over. It's over. You're never going back. Like this is what I find, whether it's in 12-step pro.
So, I mean, if you need me to help you read between the lines on that first little bit, he's saying that he didn't start this show to make himself look less guilty of the crimes that he's been charged with by CPS in the UK. And then the bit after that is all cope about how, like, you know, we can't be judged by man's laws because only God's laws matter. And like we see like the decadence of the world around us, and everyone's living in sin. You get it. You get this kind of cope. But this is more of like a 5 stages of Christian grief kind of thing, where it's like you can't hold me to man's laws, but obviously they can, right? He knows that too.
You're never going back. Like this is what I find, whether it's in 12-step programs or religious organizations or spiritual groups, there's an unspoken, implicit, toxic interloper in the midst, and it is this. And C.S. Lewis used the phrase phantom earlier. Really, we're all just trying to get back in there and make some more money. Really, we're just trying to get back in there and work it out so that we can succeed in the phony ass world, have some sort of pleasant baby shower, have some sort of bridal party, have some sort of fruitful meeting, look good, a successful podcast. It's rags, it's ashes, it's over, it's dead. When God came to earth, vulnerable as a baby, and lived a sinless life, how does he die? In shame and humiliation, naked, beaten to the point where his genitals are unrecognizable, where the contents of his bowel.
I'm sorry. The look on her face, this whole situation is so fucked up. Oh my gosh. People don't understand why we watch this, but I'm a student of human behavior. I'm a graduate student, a PhD candidate even of human behavior. And this is perhaps the richest tapestry of behavior I think you could possibly ever gaze at. It is so bizarre. Every moment of this is so bizarre, and I don't understand like how anyone could watch it and think it's normal.
It's rags, it's ashes, it's over, it's dead.
Is that
When
in the
God
Bible?
came to earth, vulnerable as a baby, and lived a sinless life, how does he die? In shame and humiliation, naked, beaten to the point where his genitals are unrecognizable, where the contents of his bowels are oozing down his thighs, and that's the highest thing you might achieve. That's the high. In order that you may experience the transcendent, you must be absolved of the flesh. Now, I like that we start with that Aquinas thing. That Aquinas doesn't make that peculiar binary mistake of religion, of flagellation.
Is that in the Bible? I don't recall that being in Passion of the Christ. They did beat that guy's ass. They did beat Jim Caviezel or whatever his name, Caviezel's ass. But I don't recall like the genital mutilation or like the shit or anything like that. He's like fanficking it, like just to upset his wife. Like, I don't know if this is some kind of ploy to make her feel like sympathetic for him because he might go to jail, or to make her feel like it won't be so bad because they're not going to be doing this to him or whatever, or this could happen to him. But it's just all very, very bizarre. Like, I don't think she's enjoying. She's just like, wow, like, yeah, this is like a super strange.
Absolved of the flesh. Now, I like that we start with that Aquinas thing. That Aquinas doesn't make that peculiar binary mistake of religion, of flagellation, false, what John of the Cross calls animal penance. The world is bad, material is bad, nature is bad, sexuality is bad. Trying to make the spiritual entirely abstract.
Yeah.
The spiritual is not abstract, but it is ineffable. It permeates all things. but it's not something that's plain and can be easily understood. And I would like to read some of this, but I can see you're ready with another
Actually,
reading.
just because
so
of
crack on.
what you said about material, when you're talking about material things and whatever else, it says on the next or a couple of pages later, it says, I haven't even read this bit, but
I wasn't listening either, Laura. I can't blame you. Like material things or whatever else you said after like the general part.
About material, when you're talking about material things and whatever else, it says on the next or a couple of pages later, it says, I haven't even read this bit, but I could just see that this has been highlighted. Who am I trying to impress anyway? But this could apply to all of the things that you just listed, whether it's making more money or doing a podcast. It says, what ends up on my list of essentials may not look remarkable to the state or to anyone else, but I just have to keep reminding myself that that doesn't matter. I cannot serve two masters, and neither can you. Whose well done are you working for?
Yeah.
That's the
How did
point.
it get in there? Whose well done is it?
Whose well done is it?
What do you think you want? Deep down, what is your motivation?
Yeah.
And a lot of people actually don't know.
Yeah.
Many people don't even ask. Today in jiu-jitsu, I did jiu-jitsu with my beloved coach Carlos today, and this guy Will, who I know from the coffee shop, who's like a serious dude, like Iron Man running, but has never done jiu-jitsu. So I said, come, right? And I sort of, because we're doing jiu-jitsu with someone that's very strong but not done jiu-jitsu before, it's interesting because he's like, someone that he can bench press a great deal of weight, he's super muscular and fit, but you don't know jiu-jitsu, so you see the power of jiu-jitsu, and also you feel the power of someone who's just very strong.
Yeah.
And I was reminded of when I started training with Carlos, or probably resumed training after a period of stopping training with my teacher, Chris Clear, like that I was just holding on very tight. And I goes, really, if you were able to see my motivation, if you were able to pause me and ask, what are you attempting to do now? I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm trying to set up for a triangle, or I'm trying to get this sweep, or it wouldn't be jiu-jitsu. It would be this. I don't want to be humiliated. I don't want to be humiliated. That's what's deep down in me. And what's deep down in you right now? What's deep down in Trump? What's deep down in Andy Burnham? What's deep down in any world leader? What's driving them? What's governing them? What's controlling them?
Crazy that Trump was the first person that came to mind, right? Like just somebody he relates to instinctually. Gosh, he really loves that he does jujitsu now. But like I said, it's good to learn how to fight before going to prison in case that's where he's headed. I just don't think that jujitsu is the type of martial art that's most effective for that environment. You probably want to learn like a little striking, some Muay Thai, maybe some boxing, because you're not going to be able to take people to the ground. I guess he's going to be like in the nonce yard possibly, or like protective custody because he's a celebrity. So, I mean, I just think that jujitsu is not the right track. But I think Christians love jujitsu.
Directing them, if you cut them open, if you can zoom them forth into the moment of their death, like show them it like in a Dickensian way, like Scrooge over the precipice. There it is. There's your death. There's your grave. There's your tombstone. It's coming. It's coming. You think you don't have a tombstone? You think your name ain't written in the dirt? Like if you show them it, what is it? Who are you? Who are you? Most people spend their life trying to evade it. Well, good luck evading it, because chop, chop, chop. Here it comes. Here it comes. Now, the thing is I live there.
I know.
I'm resident there, and I've always been there. I was born there. And where we got last night is to, I think, a very crucial place for any spiritual person, which we'll talk about at the end of the show. What is death of self? Anyway, so this is very beautiful from I'm guessing Frederick Buechner must be a much admired writer, because in the brilliant message, where is that? Is that down there? Would you grab that for me? Like he's quoted just one of the big books that's immediately in your eye line in front there. Oh, you have to stand up.
Yeah.
You can't do that in a shuffle.
No, I can't.
Nearer than that. Nearer.
It's here.
Oh, you're holding it?
Yeah.
The message by Eugene.
I mean, was that really a necessary comment? I mean, maybe I'm just being nitpicky, but he's always also nitpicking at her. You can't do that in a shuffle? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's just easier to stand up. Like, oh, you mean you can't even just shuffle over there and get it? You can't just shuffle that, bro?
Nearer than that. Nearer.
It's here.
Oh, you're holding it?
Yeah.
The message by Eugene
But
Peterson.
she's the control freak.
And thanks, darling. Thanks a lot. Thanks for getting that for me.
Because I'm hot and sticky. I can't move swiftly.
Like there it is. It's Frederick Buechner's quote that's on the front of that. I just needed that really because I couldn't remember Eugene Peterson in that moment. Here, he in this book, the gospel is tragedy, comedy, and fairy tale. He starts off by saying that the gospel is a tragedy, you know, and that in the sense that it's not at all obvious in the way that Buchner writes. And I know that Annie Dillard is the quote on the front of this book.
I forgot.
He renders the tragedy of the gospel with the sort of goriness and horror of the brutality of Christ's passion, and just the sort of dreadfulness that we all know. And this is where it really hit me. He sets up this device of a preacher preparing to give some conference or participate in some conference, a preacher about whom gossip has metastasized into damnation. Obviously something that, gosh, I have some personal experience of. But he says here, like that, as he sort of has set up this preacher as preparing for this speech and shaving in the mirror, and he cuts himself, and then he goes into this very beautiful piece of writing. The distances between the inner world that each of us is are greater in their way than the distances between us. Excuse me, I was starting to mess that up. The distances between the inner world that each of us is are greater in their way than the distances between the outer worlds of fucking hell. The distances between the inner world that each of us is are greater in their way than the distances between the outer worlds of interstellar space. But in another way, the worlds of all of us are also the same world. An occasional bad night, not feeling well, a 10 o'clock arrival, a 2 o'clock nap, the same old face in the mirror day after day, an empty feeling in the pit of the stomach.
You know, so when he gets into reading, he tries to read all sexy, like he's seducing you with his like talk about brutal Christ type stuff. It's all really gross, but you can always tell when he's feeling himself while reading.
Day after day, an empty feeling in the pit of the stomach, a little blood. We are all of us in it together, and it is in us all. I like you know, you don't know no one in some ways. In some ways, you can never know another person, even maybe the person you know most deeply. There's a stranger in there. There's a stranger in there that you don't know. But also, in the stranger that you don't know at all, there is an intimate connection to them.
It's just crazy that he looks to the camera and says that. I feel like I'm in on a secret. I feel like I'm in fucking Funny Games. He like breaks the fourth wall. He's just like, I guess you could say we all go a little mad sometimes.
Because when it comes to what one might call the parameters of human life, birth and death, two areas that the state seems peculiarly interested in investigating and intervening in, abortion, euthanasia.
Yeah, the state is always investigating. The state is always investigating. Always investigating. They love to investigate, brother. What are they investigating? Abortions? What else? What else are they investigating?
Investigating and intervening in abortion, euthanasia. Between those 2 points, we share a great intimacy. And in the end, that's a sort of unavoidable. It's unavoidable. And what our life is doing, I think, is bringing us into sharp alignment, sharp collision with it. Because I've reached a point where, oh, well, man, my situation is so extraordinary and so challenging and so peculiar. And the only way really to survive it, I was thinking about this in our country, the UK, there's this academic it looks like, although it's not certain, that he's ended his own life after a hounding media campaign, after it appears that he exaggerated his biography and credentials and was maybe a beneficiary in some way of DEI, say one.
Oh my God, is he going to make that case about him? And you guys thought I was disrespectful when I was kind of flipping about it. He's going to try to suicide mogged this guy by insinuating that like his situation is exactly the same and that you better be nice to him because like his situation of being accused and indicted on like sex crimes is so rare that like, well, you know, you don't want him to get too upset. Is that his new thing?
Ended his own life after a hounding media campaign, after it appears that he exaggerated his biography and credentials and was maybe a beneficiary in some way of DEI, say one side. No, this is just yet another
What's
example
DEI?
of diversity hires,
Oh, right, okay.
giving black people or gay people or whatever, or white people, if it were the right scenario, jobs. The other side, of course, say no, this is yet another example of the very institutional racism of condemnation and a refusal to believe in a brilliant black academic. Anyway, that's not the truth I'm interested in. Obviously, I'm interested in the fact that he was hounded, likely to death by suicide.
So I'm not interested in whether or not he was actually, a black guy who was credentialed, who was hounded out of his job or anything like that. I'm only interested in the abstract version of like the media the media and people are just mad at this person. And isn't it bad to just be like mad at somebody? I mean, I think this is a little shameless.
I'm interested in the fact that he was hounded.
The part where he's like me.
Academic. Anyway, that's
we're
not
just
the
the
truth
same.
I'm interested
You
in.
and
Obviously,
I.
I'm interested in the fact that he was hounded, likely to death by suicide. Now, when you're hounded, when you're sort of when that kind of thing happens to you, you're sort of challenged to look at what do you believe in.
Yeah.
What are you going to hold on to?
I mean,
whose well done are you looking for?
This is nasty. This is
Whose
nasty
well done
work.
are you looking for? Like what I suppose is, for us, we are no longer given the option of occupying some sort of gentle motel of comfortable life. Now we're in an intense situation.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. That was something that was when I was talking about some challenge or another of maybe, and actually I absolutely love learning with the kids. I love learning new things.
Do you like how he always refers to how his charges are actually their charges? It's always we, and obviously it impacts them, but it's always we, our charges. I am flabbergasted that he felt comfortable drawing that parallel between himself and that guy, because like even if you accept the right-wing framing, I guess, for what happened, which you shouldn't, of course, it's still nothing like your case. Either way you believe it, your case is worse. There's no parity there at all. There's simply no parity.
Talking about some
There's
challenge
parity,
or another
actually.
of maybe, and actually I absolutely love learning with the kids. I love learning new things and really enjoy what they call in one of the curriculums I use rabbit holes, where they'll say, now you can use these resources and explore this subject more, and it's really exciting and it's fun. But I was expressing the difficulties in the things I've discussed, and it probably does come down to a sort of sense of control over the environment and wanting them to listen when I'm trying to talk and stuff. And my friend did say to me, she goes, you are homeschooling from a place of under quite a lot of pressure in your life. You're not like, it's not just, we're not coming from the point of view of it. Because I was saying, like, why is it making me so stressed? Why have I got so much, anxiety and stress over not quite getting this right or whatever? And she reminded me, she was like, well, you are going through quite a lot, and so you are you're stuck.
Yeah, I mean, you might just end up being a single mom in a few months. Like, not to be like direct and flippant, but you've decided to have children, 3 children, with the guy who is now facing charges that could put him in jail for essentially the next few decades if he ever gets out. And you also have decided to have a very high stress level of engagement in your children's lives, like very hands-on. You're going to homeschool them, and he might just be gone. Like, he might just leave you to be effectively a single mother. Now, obviously, you'll have a lot of money to help with that, but it's still, like, I think we can agree, not the same. He just might up and leave you, and that is very stressful, obviously.
anxiety and stress over not quite getting this right or whatever. And she reminded me, she was like, well, you are going through quite a lot. And, so you're starting at that point of going through something, So anything you do when one is having some big thing they're dealing with, it's got to, you say that about this scholar in England, and you say like he ended his own life, and I presume what happened was he probably did not have an intimate relationship with God, if he had one at all. Maybe, I don't know, because he obviously felt that it was just a totally bleak and a situation that had no hope.
What it is, like when it's Diana, let's think of the examples we've had in our culture. In the United States of America, Britney Spears, or any female star. They do it a lot with the female stars. Miley Cyrus, Diana was a great one. In our country, Caroline Flack took her own life. She was a TV presenter. Jade Goody died of cancer. Like, the media wants to kill them.
Diana didn't take her own life. What? Does he mean Princess Diana, or is there another Diana? Is there another like famous British Diana who died that I'm not familiar with? Because Diana didn't like kill herself. She was, if you believe the story, she was just fleeing from the paparazzi. I remember it. I saw the Diana musical that was on Netflix a few years ago. She was hounded though. Yeah, she was hounded for the exact same stuff that Russell Brand is being hounded for. Russell Brand is just like that black guy who was hounded for being a black academic. He's just like Britney Spears, and all these other women who were hounded for being like outspoken or successful women. He's just like all of those other marginalized people. Like, why is he being hounded again?
Them like it wants to. When I say it, if you can say a corporation, there's that famous documentary, The Corporation, where it says, wow, if a corporation was a human being, it would be a psychopath. Like, that's the analysis, because look, it only cares about profit and it doesn't have let's characterize the media, let's characterize the state. How does it behave? What does it want? What do you think the media wants when it's sort of saying this person done this person done that? Like, of course, what if you speak to any individual on their own, they go, well, we're actually, we're just trying to find the truth. We're just trying to get to justice. We want justice for these women, this institution, this thing.
Gosh, this is why you gotta watch it, folks. This is why you gotta watch it. This is like crazy stuff. I think it's called reporting on crimes, Russell. It's called reporting on crimes. Oh, we want justice for these women. You see how dismissive he is about it?
This person done this person done that. Like, of course, what if you if you speak to any individual on their own, they go, well, we're actually,
Oh, wow. It's clogging the pores of our internet. We're going to get out of here after this anyway.
We're just trying to find the truth.
We're just trying to find the truth.
If you speak to any individual on their own, they go, well, we're actually, we're just trying to find the truth. We're just trying to get to justice. We want justice for these women, this institution, this thing. But if you went, really? In a Tim Robinson way, you sure about that? You sure about that?
That's why.
Really, what they want is they like it. Yeah. They like it. And then when Jason Arde kills himself, they're like, oh, whoa, okay. Or maybe not, because what are the consequences when Caroline Flack kills herself, or when Princess Diana, whether by design or accident, crashes into that side of that tunnel? What do they do now? They pivot. Oh, Diana. She was all our princess, weren't she? They sort of turn on a dime.
This episode is crazy. It's gotten a lot crazier the closer we're getting to like the trial, but this is a real nasty episode. This is a really nasty episode. And the look on his wife's face as he's like making these connections. I mean, people will say this is just casual British banter, but I don't think women like when you do this. I really don't think that women like when you like constantly remind them of the fact that you're going to be on trial for like crimes later. Like, but this is what people in the comments will say. It's British banter. It's good crack. That's what they say. It's good crack.
like a psycho into the sort of mournography, the reveling and relishing and slavering grief. You know, man, it's a dark world. That's what I've been shown. I'm being shown. It's weird, isn't it? Because we were talking about this too, spiritual warfare. You talk about spiritual warfare and you think, have you actually gone mad thinking that there are demons and dark entities that are participating in the affairs of humankind? Well, yes, actually.
We talked about it the other day because there was a really, really intense storm and like...
Okay, I think we're going to just call it there for today. I think that we can end on that point because I think we're in agreement with Russell for once in this video that the world is very dark out there. There's a lot of darkness just out there that sometimes you find yourself subjected to. Now she's speaking and he's upset. I think he gets upset sometimes because it's only when he stops talking that he realizes how much he just incriminated himself in that particular rant he went on. Because I don't think that he can help himself sometimes. I literally don't think that he can help himself because he can't help centering himself. But then he says things that don't really make himself sound very good. Like, oh, the press is coming after me. And I bet they're just pretending that they care about what happened to those women when they really want to do this other thing. And then like when he has a moment to like sit with it, he's like, that probably is not going to be received exactly the way I imagine. But maybe I'm giving him too much credit. And he's really just like nailed it. That's just his like nailed it face. Yeah, maybe he is just mad because he's like, because she's talking again. I guess we can check it out. We'll end the clip that I'm going to make here, but we'll check out to see what she says. Maybe he just gets pissed off.
There was lightning. I don't know if you saw that picture I sent you. Lightning strike hitting a tree.
Put it up.
Yeah, so I'll do that. It was a lightning strike down the road from us, hitting a tree. And by the way, it actually, the lightning strike wrapped itself around the tree like a vine, it was really crazy. Anyway, you could almost not, like, you had to stop the car. The rain was coming down. It was hard. And it felt like...
yeah, I mean, he just seems disinterested, but I'm actually disinterested too. We got enough of this. I've had enough of this. Like, they think that you don't actually care about what I did to those women is a good rebuttal to, like, the press or the police. But it's their job to report on it regardless of whether or not they care. Like, it's the kind of, I think, shallow, superficial, language that is meant to cultivate a culture of unaccountability in Western society for things like this, where if you don't perform the right amounts of emotion or something in their minds, that like reporting on it or trying to hold them accountable becomes something just that is not valorized or whatever. It doesn't matter how they feel about it. I mean, they're reporting on it. Like, that's silly. It's just trying to center a different value system. Like, a lot of people in the West, by nature of the excuses that neo-colonialism and, like, especially in America, the neoconservative agenda, a lot of the excuses that they make, they trickle down. And one of those excuses is like, it does not really matter what you're doing. What matters more is how you feel on the inside about what you're doing. And so that's why a lot of people, when they address like American atrocities overseas, they don't really concern themselves with what America did, just with the most superficial intentions that America says it has, and how that actually proves that irrespective of any bumbles or mistakes or whatever, that in fact America is still a morally righteous country that no one can really be mad at because we just had some oopsies. And so a lot of people have that impact the way they think about their own actions and actions within, their own communities. And they just imagine that there's this positivist version of themselves that no matter how many times they do bad things or how many times they like fuck up or upset people, that they never have that impugned because in their minds, they were doing the right thing. And it might seem like a silly point because a lot of people have this like, view of themselves. Like, and I think it's very common, especially now with like the overabundance of, what I'm looking for, social worker ease or therapist language that you get in modern critical media by nature of like the value system there. This idea that that's actually like true, where it's like, well, as long as you keep a positive emotion in your heart, no matter what you do, it doesn't matter. But of course that's silly and that's stupid. Of course it matters what you actually accomplish and do more than what you just say you believe on the inside. But a lot of people actually like feel like that's somehow redemptive. And so in this case, when he's criticizing them for not feeling the right way about like condemning him, he thinks that delegitimizes their work because like, well, I feel bad about what I did, so can you really say I'm guilty? And you don't feel sufficiently bad about what I did for the right reasons. You're just covering it because it's your job or it sells papers. So can you really say you're in the right? Yes, of course you can. Duh. Because at the end of the day, it's about where the rubber meets the road, like what you actually did, not like what you profess to believe on the inside. That's just what a coping mechanism, because people want to, make excuses for themselves, obviously. And people are very, very sophisticated in making excuses for themselves. But this is just one of those versions of like a top down, trickle down, like cultural value, where it's not really what you've actually done, but how much you can convince yourself on the inside that like it was for like the right reasons that actually dictates whether you're a good or bad person. All right, we're gonna get out of here. I'll do a few chats. Always slagging off social workers. I promise that it's just the way it's just the terminology I learned, but it's really just like therapist language, the language of like not critical self-reflection. And a lot of people, and I should really say the language of like upper middle class, like therapists, the language of like constant validation, like, oh yeah, you do work too hard and your friends don't appreciate you, without any sort of it's like the therapy of like constant validation. Like therapy more as like a version of sin eating than it is like a way for you to like critically self-reflect. I mean, the same thing that they use like prayer for here, because obviously prayer is supposed to be something that you use to request to relieve yourself of like all of your bad qualities. You're not supposed to pray like you're fucking making wishes to a genie or trying to like impress God with how like fucking loquacious you are. You're supposed to pray for like God to relieve you of your like, sinful behavior so that you can better worship him. And like the same thing is true about therapy. A lot of people just go into it for like the wrong reason, and there's like a whole cottage industry of that. Yeah, like he's trying to like indulge us all with his medieval bullshit. Yeah, the Bible says actually you should pray performatively in public. The Bible's full of stuff like that. It says Jesus shit himself when they beat him, like that one episode of South Park. And also that you should pray really loudly in public so that everyone knows how pious you are. But don't forget to always leave a bunch of like verbal and rhetorical clues about your like ongoing legal cases. God loves that too. God loves Easter eggs. Didn't you read the Bible? God loves Easter eggs. Let's set up the raid. Gosh, what should I do tonight for fun? I kind of want to make clips because obviously I'm paid to make clips, and people also prefer to watch the clips sometimes about stuff. I'm getting a text. But if I make clips, I don't think I'll have time to go see the movie. But do I really want to see a movie tonight is the question. Or do I want to see a movie tomorrow night? If I don't see a movie tonight, what will I do tonight? Well, I'll tell you what you should do tonight, this morning, or this afternoon. You should like and subscribe to the Discourse with Brandon, the stream that you're currently watching right now. I'm getting the raid set up. I'm talking and doing both. I have my eyes unfocused so I don't focus on any of the words and distract myself from talking. I'm just trying to navigate there via muscle memory. I could just actually accomplish my task of watching a movie tonight. Maybe just catching up on anime. Yeah, Jesus wept. Oh, I forgot this super chat. AGUS6QZ, thank you for the $2 super chat. Is the hair bun a requirement for this cult? I guess we've only ever seen 2 members, so we can't say. Certainly 200% of the people in it. That's a little Trump math. 200% of the people in it have it. Okie dokie. Let's get this raid set up. I love bargain beef. I have a lot of good clips I can make. I can make a clip about the bargain beef. I can make a clip with the Tim Pool thing. I could make this into a clip. I could do all of that tonight. Or I could treat myself to a movie. Fixing Trump's trade war, West Bank under siege with Lori Wallach and Mohammed Hesham Horaini over on the Majority Report. Bargain bin beef. In quotation marks, it's beef. Seeing Camp Miasma. I kind of want to, but I don't know if I'll have time to see it if I make a clip. If I spend my time making at least one clip, will I have time to make it to the movie? Is the movie at the same time from yesterday or is it later? That's a good question, Brandon. That will really be the determining factor. I think I accidentally searched German Twinks WW2 London. And then I had to research tanks. Huh. Where's my movie theater? I can see the Odyssey again. What is Mutiny about? Oh, okay. The movie's actually at 9:15. Oh, okay. If the movie's at 9:15, I think I could actually make it. I think I might actually be able to make it. Brandon should use the Wi-Fi of that neighbor. I actually realized that I think, well, not I realized, OBS sent out a message that I think they actually have like a backup option for that now, where you can have your computer hooked up to 2 Wi-Fi signals just in case one drops. Maybe I will start using that, but it does seem like overkill. I feel like it'll still drop though. It'll just have to switch over. Oh, they're also playing the end of Oak Street on Screen X. That's pretty cool. Mutiny is Jason Statham, but it's like garbage, you're saying? I tend to like Jason Statham movies. I watched The Working Man movie after Ben Shapiro suggested it, and I was like, this is not so bad. Right now, my computer's just overheating. We're going to get out of here. I think that was a very successful episode today. You disturbed the beekeeper. Is Jason Statham MAGA? I don't know. He's not even American. Could you imagine how embarrassing that would be at this point to be like MAGA and not even American? I'm sure a lot of people are. I guess it'd be like, is he Brexit? Is he like a Brexiter? I don't know. I don't know enough about his politics. I don't want to, conservative jacket Jason Statham, especially since I like the movies that he's in, generally speaking. Brandon, love your takes and perspective, but your movie and TV show taste is garbage. I don't ever even have any negative movie or TV show reviews. I'm always just saying that I like everything. I think that you just don't like that I see the silver lining in any experience. A lot of people want to be critical of stuff because they think it makes them, the movies that they like seem better. But I think there are a lot of different movies for a lot of different feelings. Sometimes you want to watch a man get becapped. Sometimes you want to watch Schindler's List. What can you say? All right. Let's get out of here. Stay safe, stay sane, stay sexy, and I will see you all tomorrow on the flip side. Bye-bye.